of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference will commence shortly. May I please ask you to take your seats. The 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference is held in person and via an e-conference platform, Zoom. Kindly note that simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communication in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the United Nations, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Please note that the speech or intervention, the only speech that is an intervention in the original language, is authentic. That is the only one which will be considered authentic. And this constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and or loss of data. Thank you for your attention in these matters. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please join me in welcoming Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjabana, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. His Excellency, Mr. Warawut Silapa Acha, Minister, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand. Ms. Dien Keita, UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director Program, UNFPA. Ms. Liza Bulatele, Fiji Women's Rights Movement, Fiji. Ms. Sangay Dechen Kyanzo, Waipir, Bhutan, Bhutan. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Armida Sacia Alisjabana, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellency Kun Farawut Silapa Archar, Minister of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand, Excellency Ministers, Vice Ministers, Deputy Ministers, my dear colleague, Diana Keta, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director for Program, UNFPA, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues from civil society, youth organizations, as well as the UN system, I'm honored to welcome you to the 7th Asian Pacific Population Conference. May I express our gratitude to the Royal Thai government and to His Excellency, the Minister of Social Development and Human Security, for joining us today. As our host government, Thailand has achieved much in the field of population and development. We look forward to learning more about Thailand's experience. This gathering is a testament to our collective resolve to address the demographic dynamics of our region with the vision and determination to place people at the center of sustainable development. We convene our meeting at a pivotal moment. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the first Asian Population Conference, the 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development, and the critical midpoint for achieving the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our region, home to 60% of the global population, has been at the forefront of significant demographic changes. Since the first population conference in New Delhi in 1963, most countries have transitioned from high to low fertility and mortality, coupled with increased migration and more people living in urban areas. These changes have occurred due to increased socioeconomic development and people gaining greater agency. Consequently, population age structures are changing and populations are aging rapidly. These changes are a cause for celebration, but societies need to better prepare for this transition. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have made commendable progress and yet much remains to be done. We celebrate the reduction of extreme poverty and increased life expectancy to about 75 years across the region. And at the same time, the working age population has started to decline in several countries. We must develop forward-looking policies, innovative labor market strategies, and propose intergenerational solutions. With regard to healthcare, we have succeeded in improving longevity, but we must make it accessible and affordable for all. We must also strive for greater gender equality, as women's limited participation in the workforce and politics, coupled with violence against them, remain significant challenges. Educational attainment has increased, yet the COVID-19 pandemic has left deep marks on our youth. Young people are, on average, 3 times more likely to be unemployed than adults. This can lead to a potential generational crisis if not effectively addressed. Meanwhile, due to climate change and environmental degradation, people have lost their lives and have been displaced. Economies have suffered with an estimated annual loss of around 924 billion US dollar. We must enhance our environmental resilience with people, especially those in vulnerable situations at the center. Excellencies, distinguished participants, despite these challenges, the ICPD Program of Action, adopted in 1994, and the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development, adopted 10 years ago, remain our guiding documents with their forward-looking and rights-based approach. In the spirit of both documents, we must foster continued collaboration, leverage the SDG monitoring framework, support member states in the development, implementation, and monitoring of policies, and strengthen our partnership with civil society organizations. We must carry forward our collective commitment to the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development, or CPD, in 2024, where member states will conduct the 30-year review of the ICPD Program of Action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, let us focus not only on the strides we have made, but also on persistent and emerging gaps and challenges. Our discussions should pave the way for innovative, inclusive, and sustainable solutions. Let us invest in data and statistics, as well as capacity building, to illuminate the path toward achieving our shared 2030 agenda. Let us pledge to bridge disparities, strengthen resilience, and secure a prosperous, inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all people of Asia and the Pacific. Thank you for your commitment, your voice, and your vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Armida. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency, Mr. Warawut Silapa Acha, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand, to deliver opening remarks.
Your Excellency, Madame Amida Associate Alice Chavana, the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Madame Diane Keita, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of the UNFPA, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and Sawasdee krap. Well, first of all, on behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand's government, I'd like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome every single one of you to the 7th Asian Pacific Population Conference held here in wonderful Bangkok, or the City of Angel, which, by the way, is ranked 31st of the world populous city in 2023. And that's one of the reasons why I am very pleased to join with you today to address the issue of population and development. It is indeed our great honor that Thailand has been the host of the Population Conference since 2002. And in this regard, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, and United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA, for their collaborative efforts in organizing the conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the Asia and the Pacific region is the home of 60% of the world's population, and thus what happens here will unquestionably have the significant impact at the global level. Now, at the current stage, we are actually moving into the global boiling period, not global warming anymore. And according to ESCAP's population data sheet in 2022, the population in this region is growing at a declining rate, which is alarming, and the life expectancy is increasing, and the number of older persons is growing in all sub-regions. Now, with this data, and consider that our region is at a critical juncture, even though during the past decade we have made extensive progress in all socio-economic development, both in terms of health, in terms of poverty, eradication of the poverty, sanitation, nutrition, education, etc. But it is undeniable that many member states, and Thailand is included, we are now facing both new and residual challenges and opportunities such as shrinking labor force, population aging, and increased international migration. And many people continue to experience persistent socio-economic inequalities, particularly on gender. And it is a matter of fact that the situation has been exacerbated by climate change, pollutions, disasters, conflicts, pandemics, as well as a digital transformation. In many ways, I am certain that this conference here will be a watershed opportunity for our collective journey towards a sustainable development, particularly when we review the progress made on the implementation of the Asia and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on the Population and Development that we here strenuously adopted 10 years ago. And it will be a pivotal step for assessing progress, evaluating where we are lagging behind, and protecting our gains and accelerating transformative change as we enter the decade of action in 2030. And this will enable us to obviously understand the key population trends of the region, such as population aging and the demographic dividend. Of course, challenges and opportunities would also be unveiled, and it will undoubtedly pave ways towards the appropriate mean in working together for the sustainable future. And for Thailand, the government has invested significantly in policies and strategies that promote sustainable population growth, support families, and create an environment where people can thrive and live long in healthy lives. Our firm and consolidated commitment to universal health coverage since 2002 has considerably demonstrated our concerted attempt to provide inclusive health services to all citizens. As Thailand has already become an aged society and quickly entering the period of super aged society in less than 10 years' time, we have strengthened our policy on fostering active and healthy aging and intergenerational solidarity, allowing older persons to continue to meaningfully contribute to the society. And in this regard, Thailand stands ready to work with our ESCAP member states, associated member states, as well as CSOs and the relevant organizations and stakeholders to ensure that we will not lose our path towards a sustainable future amidst the global crises. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished delegates, while challenges are mounting, I am confident that our region has the ingenuity, enthusiasm, and spirit to delivering a better life and a more sustainable future. A need for effective cooperations amongst ourselves now has never been greater, and I thus implore all of us here to pull together for full cooperation. And lastly, I wish all of you a success in your great endeavor and have a wonderful stay in Thailand. And I very do much hope that in the next few days, you will not be just working in this room. And I hope you will take time to see for yourself the true and the vibrant city of Bangkok. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you very much, and ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to now invite Ms. Dien Keita, UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director Program, UNFPA, to deliver opening remarks.
Honorable Monsieur Wararut Silapasha, Minister of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Commission, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Madam Armida Salcia Ali Jabana, Honorable Ministers, Excellency Ambassadors and High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, esteemed UN colleagues, civil society organization, young people, friends from press and media, all protocol observed. Good morning. I am honored and delighted to be here today to open together with Executive Secretary of ESCAP, my dear sister Armida, the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. This conference presents an invaluable opportunity to review the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development and the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population Development in the region. On behalf of UNFPA and our Executive Director, Dr. Natalia Kanem, I would like to congratulate all member states who undertook the extensive review process at national level. In particular, I applaud your effort for including the perspective of adolescent, youth, women, and vulnerable population group in the reviews. In line with what we see globally, a lot has changed in this region over the past 60 years since the first Asian Population Conference was held in New Delhi in 1963, and since the ICPD was held in Cairo in 1994. Asia and the Pacific is now, as Minister rightly said, home to 60% of the world's 8 billion people. Progress in health, particularly in sexual and reproductive health, has been commendable. Women are living longer and healthier lives. Let us take a moment to reflect on this journey. 60 years ago, only half of the population reached the age of 60. A small percentage of women had access to maternal health services, and education for girls was limited. But today, Anna, born 60 years ago, along with many more women, can happily say that her baby, born 30 years ago, was delivered safely by a skilled health professional. She can also proudly say that her daughter had the opportunity to go to school and plan the next stage of her life, which was only a dream for many girls in the past. These remarkable achievements belongs to all of you and your predecessors and the decisions that were made to ensure people can enjoy their rights, make reproductive choice freely, and realize their full potential. It demonstrates the power of partnership that propels us to gather here today to do more and to do so with urgency. While much progress has been made towards realizing the promise of ICPD, we know that there is still more to do. Progress has not been linear. Inequalities continue to exist. Crises caused by climate change and conflict are impacting the health and well-being of the most vulnerable, including women and girls. Rapid demographic transition, such as population aging, low fertility, migration, growing urbanization, and/or the rising sea level are evident across the region. We are also seeing pushbacks against gender equality and reproductive rights that are threatening to erode hard-won gain on the ICPD agenda and the SDGs. The impacts of COVID-19 on lives, livelihood, and economies on the continent further threaten to reverse the progress made on the ICPD agenda and the SDGs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you will agree we are at a critical turning point. Urgent action must be taken to make the vision for humanity expressed by the ICPD a reality. Our collective future depends on how we think about and respond to the interlinkages between population and development. The decisions that are made today and over the next few days will pave the way for a more stable, more resilient, and ultimately more prosperous region. The demographic diversity of the Asian Pacific region defies a one-size-fits-all approach and creates an opportunity for regional cooperation and innovative thinking. A comprehensive life cycle approach to policies and development plans is required, where investments are made at every stage of an individual's life, from safe birth to adolescence to adulthood and beyond the reproductive age. Excellencies, Population-centered development starts with people, with dignity and human right. It is in the interest of every nation to place people at the heart of population policies because it creates the condition for healthy, empowered individuals and vibrant, thriving societies. Allow me to put forward 4 areas for consideration arising from lessons learned across the continent. First, agile political leadership in a complex, interconnected, rapidly changing world. The divergent context within across countries, as well as within and across regions, underscores the centrality of agile political leadership if the world is to achieve rights and choices for all. And the differentiated approaches across the humanitarian, development, and peace context must be agile to respond to shocks and disruption, oftentimes unanticipated. Second area for consideration, strategic foresight is imperative today for a dynamic future fit world. Common position shaping regional reviews and outcome documents need to be guided by future thinking to ensure relevance for future generations in a fast evolving world. Amplified voices of non-state actors, women, youth, indigenous people as co-equal partners and evolving private sector's action have the potential to co-create durable solutions that can address current and future needs. The third area for consideration is sustainable financing for durable and just transformation. 2023 Financing for Sustainable report underscore the urgency for financing sustainable transformation for people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. In order to achieve the ambition of the SDGs, we need to firmly situate the ICPD agenda within the current and future financial architecture that is essential for a success in a world of 8 billion people. Delaying tailoring investment across the demographic divide, example, across the life cycle, could translate into long-lasting cost of inaction. This is not an option for none of us. Fourth and last and final area for consideration is that we need to ensure that the Asia and the Pacific's report and its key messages be translated into endorsed commitment, first for the Commission and Population Development 57, and second for the Pact for the Future, being the anticipated document from the Summit of the Future, both meeting in 2024, as the new international consensus on how we collectively deliver a better present world and safeguard the future. Despite the fact that our world is marked by polycrisis, it's also being progressively shaped by local solutions. Making the right investment, reinforcing our joint partnership through our common agenda can enable tailored responsive state and non-state action underpinned by rights and choices for all to leave no one behind. That is the future we all want. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Keita. The pleasure is now mine to invite Ms. Laisa Ulatale, Fiji Women's Rights Movement, Fiji, and Ms. Sange Dechen Gyaltsen, Waipir, Bhutan, to deliver opening remarks on behalf of civil society organizations.
Malombula and Pulavinaka. My name is Laisa Mbulatale, and I am from the Republic of the Fiji Islands. I represent CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum ahead of the August gathering on the 13th and the 14th of November. The climate crisis is an immediate threat to all Pacific Island communities, disproportionately impacting women and girls in all their diversities. This is having profound implications for their bodily autonomy, impacting their sexual reproductive health and rights. We call for a stronger commitment and political will in protecting ourselves, our Vanua, our Wansolwara, or moana, other species in the living planet by ensuring that national policies, programs, and budget related to climate change and disaster risk reduction incorporates gender mainstreaming and realizes that universal access to sexual reproductive health and rights and ensure that women and girls' voices in all their diversities, older women, persons living with disabilities from the Pacific Islands, are at the very heart of the interventions that we make today. We call for stronger multilateral cooperation and greater financial commitment, including overseas development assistance for the Pacific region as we face geopolitical tensions, economic disparities, and intersecting crises. Safeguarding the fundamental rights of Pacific people, promoting the agencies and peace and security of women and girls in all their diversities, including persons with disabilities, older persons, youth, and children, remain pivotal leaps forward to advance the Sustainable Development Agenda. Thank you.
Esteemed delegates, representatives, and distinguished guests. My name is Sangeetachin Ganzo, and I am a youth delegate from Bhutan. I represent the CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum on 13th and 14th November. The voices, ideas, and commitments that I witnessed during the forum in the past 2 days from fellow youth delegates and CSO representatives have been nothing short of remarkable. Our discussions and call to action underline the urgency of recognizing the pivotal role that young people and civil societies play in the development agenda. It highlights our unity in advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender equality, and poverty eradication, among many others. Since the ICPD in 1994, governments, development partners, CSOs, young people, and other stakeholders have been partners in envisioning one common future, that is to progress, leaving no one behind. And speaking for myself, without the efforts of my government, my life could have been starkly different, with my sexual and reproductive health and rights at risk. Yet, it's important to acknowledge that the reality is still a harsh truth for many in various parts of the Asia-Pacific region. Sexual and gender-based violence is still concerningly prevalent in the region, particularly among young people. Yet, we often see it getting overlooked. Shockingly, 50% of youth aged 15 to 25 in the Pacific face physical and sexual intimate partner violence. South Asia has an alarming level of violent deaths among adolescent girls, almost twice the global rate. Adolescents, women, and other marginalized groups continue to be targets of different forms of violence and harmful practices. The region witnesses the highest global rate of child marriage, affecting 45% of women aged 20 to 24. Hence, we call for governments to prioritize people-centered laws and policies that empower young people and marginalized groups to make informed sexual and reproductive decisions throughout their life course. We call for the governments to ensure that appropriate and quality health, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, social and long-term care support is not only available, but also affordable and accessible to people, prioritizing marginalized groups. Our call to action serves as a reminder that this conference is not just about numbers and statistics, but about people, individuals with dreams, aspirations, and the potential to drive positive change. Throughout the 3 days and all the years to follow, I hope you remember the voices of the 7th APPC, yours and mine, striving passionately to transform the lives of the present and the future generations. And in places where these voices go unheard, I hope you will echo ours as you work towards creating a better world that really does leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you to our civil society representatives. May I now call on Mr. Tata as Secretary of the conference to conduct the election of officers.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to conduct the election of officers for the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. The Bureau shall consist of a chair and 2 vice chairs. The floor is now open for nominations for such positions. May I now request nominations from the floor? I recognize the distinguished delegate of India. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the delegation of India would like to propose the following distinguished delegates to serve on the Bureau of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. For chair, His Excellency Mr. Varavat Silparcha, Minister, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand. And for vice chairs, Ms. Lisa Grace Barsales, Under Secretary and Executive Director 5, Commission on Population and Development, Philippines. Her Excellency Ms. Asili Lofa Apinelu, High Commissioner of Tuvalu to Fiji. We are sure that under the able leadership of this distinguished Bureau, all the tasks assigned will be achieved successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from India. The distinguished delegate from India has nominated the following for the Bureau. For chair, His Excellency Mr. Varavut Selaparcha, Minister of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand. And as vice chairs, Ms. Lisa Grace Barsales, Under Secretary and Executive Director, Commission on Population and Development of the Philippines, and Her Excellency Ms. Eselia Lofa Apinelu, High Commissioner of Tuvalu to Fiji, Tuvalu. So this is the Bureau that has been proposed. Would any delegation wish to take the floor to second the nomination, make another proposal? I see the delegation of Mongolia. The floor is yours, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Mongolia has the great pleasure to second the nomination made by the distinguished delegate of India. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Mongolia for seconding the nomination. Would any other delegation like to take the floor? I recognize the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the delegation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has the great pleasure to second the nomination made by the distinguished delegate of India. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for seconding the nomination. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor at this point? I see none from the floor and also none on Zoom. So I have the honor to declare the following delegates elected to the Bureau of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. For chair, His Excellency Mr. Varavut Selaparcha, Minister of Social Development and Human Security of Thailand, and as vice chairs, Ms. Lisa Grace Barsales, Under Secretary and Executive Director, Commission on Population and Development of the Philippines, and Her Excellency Eselia Lofa Apinelu, High Commissioner of Tuvalu to Fiji, from Tuvalu. So please join me in congratulating the newly elected chair and the vice chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Warawut Silapacha, Minister of Social Development and Human Security, Thailand, Chair of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference, to assume his duties and take a seat on the rostrum.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. First time here on stage as a chair. There's like 40 pages here that I have to look through and just found a page. So my sincere apology. Nonetheless, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very pleasant good morning and Sawasdee Krap once again. On behalf of our Bureau members, I wish to express our warm appreciation to the distinguished delegates for the confidence reposed in us. It is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as chair of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference, and I hereby call the conference to order. Once again, welcome to the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. And as all you know, 60 years ago, countries in the region convened for the first time to discuss population matters, and later decided to hold a conference every 10 years. Since 2002, the conference has been convened right here in Thailand. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our region is very diverse. While some countries are already experiencing fertility below replacement level, others still have relatively high fertility. While some countries have been facing with emigration, others are both emigration and immigration. Moreover, many countries have been attacked by dramatically demographic changes. Despite the differences, every country in the region, I believe, are on a path towards the goal of sustainable development. It is a great opportunity for all of us to share experiences, lessons learned, and good practices, as well as a progress on the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development during the next 3 days. Excellencies, at this point, allow me to say a few words about the organization of this conference. As you're aware, this conference is being organized in a hybrid modality, and time management is essential to enable the smooth running. And I thus would like to request your cooperation in 2 things, ladies and gentlemen. One is to tailor your interventions to issues directly linked to the agenda items. And 2, more importantly, please do keep within the time limit, because in trying to solve mankind's problem, I think the simplest act that we could do is please keep to the time limit that we have. And please note that I and my colleagues in the Bureau will ensure the efficient management of time so that we all can give the opportunity to all delegations to the opportunity to speak. And we have already received several requests to speak, and we shall draw on these requests both from the floor and online participation. Delegations representing the meeting room wishing to take the floor may also do so by raising your flag. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Zoom may do so by pressing the Request to Speak button. Conference room officers will take note of those requests and include them in the list of speakers. We would like to kindly request that your cooperation in steering this conference to a successful conclusion, and we do look forward to rigorous discussion and achievement of the expected outcomes. Now, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now move to agenda item 1C, adoption of the agenda. And the provisional agenda for the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference is contained in document ESCAP/APPC7/1/revision 1. Does any delegation have any comments or on the agenda? Okay. If not, I see none. And okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Then may I propose to the conference that the provisional agenda is adopted. Okay. Right. Okay. Regarding the report of the conference, it will be procedural in nature and adopted under agenda item 5 of the annotated provisional agenda. Substantive proceedings of the conference will be captured separately in the form of a chair summary and annexed to the report after the conference. The chair summary will be compiled after the meeting and circulated within a week of the conclusion of the meeting to members and associate members of ESCAP for fact-checking in consultation with the chair. And regarding the conduct of the meeting, and in order to facilitate our deliberations, I now turn to the matter of statements in exercise of the right to reply. In line with Rule 46 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice of the parent body of the Commission, the Economic and Social Council, and taking into account of the hybrid modality of the meeting, I do propose that in exercising their right of reply, delegations should be as brief as possible and deliver their statements at the end of the meeting at which the right is requested, or at the end of the day, whenever 2 meetings have been scheduled for that day to consider the same item. I further propose that the number of the interventions in exercise of the right of reply for any delegation at a given meeting should be limited to 2 per item, while the first intervention limited to 3 minutes and the second, if any, to 2 minutes. Okay, I hear no objection, so the conference will proceed accordingly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening of the conference, and I now close agenda item 1 of this meeting's agenda. Okay. May I please ask the Secretary to make an announcement, please?
Thank you, Excellency the Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's my honor to invite the Chair and the Bureau members first, followed by speakers from the opening and the heads of delegation for a group photo in front of the rostrum. Our colleagues from the Conference Management Unit will usher heads of delegations to the front of the rostrum at the appropriate time. Deliberations under agenda item 2 will resume immediately after the group photo has been taken. Mr. Chair.
Righto. Before we proceed with the agenda item 2, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I provide some quick reminders for online delegates and participants joining us via the e-conference platform Zoom. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click the raise hand icon on the control bar. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click Join as Panelist on the pop-up screen and wait for the system to rejoin automatically. Click Unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention. To avoid audio interference before speaking, kindly ensure to select the same listening language as you speak. If you speak in Chinese, for example, kindly select Chinese as a listening channel. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly type the issue in the chat. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretariat will be monitoring the chat in the Zoom. However, and the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions to be raised through your delegation by using the raised hand icon only. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on review of progress made towards the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development, as well as a program of action of the International Conference on Population and Development and the key actions for its further implementation in the Asia and the Pacific. The documents pertaining to this agenda items are ESCAP/APPC7/2/revision 1, ESCAP/APPC7/3, ESCAP/APPC7/INF/1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The conference consideration of this agenda item will begin with a video providing an overview of the Asian and Pacific Population Conference and population and development related achievements and remaining challenges in Asia and the Pacific. This will be followed by a high-level panel discussion on population and development in Asia and the Pacific. May I please ask the conference room officer to play the video, please?
Since 1963, APPC has been held every 10 years. As a critical intergovernmental platform, it brings together member states, civil society, and others to share knowledge, experiences, and good practices. This has enhanced capacity to develop people-centered, rights-based, and evidence-informed policies. Since the first APPC, the region has seen significant achievements. Most countries have experienced rapid declines in fertility and reductions in adolescent birth rates. Improved access to reliable family planning means women enjoy more reproductive autonomy. This enables young people to plan their future and decide when to start a family. Life expectancy has increased considerably, reflecting improvements in health, nutrition, education, and socioeconomic development. Mortality rates, including infant and maternal mortality, have declined, COVID-19 notwithstanding. Despite progress, the region is at a crossroads. Poverty and inequality persist. Many people, particularly women, remain in informal work. Population aging, migration, and urbanization pose new challenges to health, social security, and social cohesion. More youth attain higher education, yet variations in attainment based on sex, income, and other factors persist, as does high youth unemployment. Climate change, natural disasters, COVID-19, and technological changes have further impacted the population. Lack of data, particularly on SDG indicators, remains a challenge. In 2013, ESCAP member states adopted the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. This promotes a people-centered, rights-based, gender-sensitive, and non-discriminatory approach. It is closely aligned with the 1994 Programme of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD. The Ministerial Declaration's 11 priority areas are poverty eradication and employment, health, sexual and reproductive health, services and rights, education, gender equality and women's empowerment, adolescents and young people, aging, international migration, urbanization and internal migration, population and sustainable development, data and statistics. ESCAP, supported by UNFPA, is convening the 7th APPC to assess progress and accelerate implementation of the Ministerial Declaration and the ICPD Programme of Action in the region. True to form, APPC provides opportunities to create more inclusive, equitable, and just societies.
Thank you to ESCAP and UNFPA for producing this video, which sets the stage for our discussion. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Pio Smith, the Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific of UNFPA, to moderate the high-level panel discussion. Mr. Smith, please take your seat on the rostrum, and I also would like to invite the distinguished panelists to the rostrum. Mr. Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, a very good morning to all of you, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of governments, civil society, and youth. I'm Pio Smith. I'm the Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific for UNFPA, and it's a real honor to moderate this high-level panel as we come together to discuss population and development in the Asia-Pacific region. Since the first Asian Pacific Population Conference 60 years ago, exciting advancements have been made in education, jobs, and healthcare, including maternal health and sexual and reproductive health. As we heard, comprising 60% of the world's population, this region truly is bursting with both a wealth of experience and untapped potential. And while it's very important to celebrate the region's many successes, inequalities and vulnerabilities continue to exist, including gender disparities that are exacerbated by climate change, disasters, and conflicts. And we also see those same gender disparities in rapid digital transformation that is fueling a disturbing rise in technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Women still lose their lives during childbirth at alarming rates. In several countries, less than 30% of women of reproductive age use contraception. Unemployment rates among young women remain high, and women are still struggling for a seat at the political table. Whilst we have all been working tirelessly to tackle these issues in the last 6 decades since the first Asian Pacific Population Forum, the context in which we operate today has changed dramatically. The world has been heating up, with disasters claiming 2 million lives since 1970. And at the same time, demographic shifts are taking place across the region, with more people enjoying longer and thankfully healthier lives. So, my dear colleagues, as we seek to accelerate the realization of the ICPD while adjusting to these trends, now more than ever, we need to collectively develop, adjust and implement human rights-based, comprehensive, forward-thinking and intergenerational population development strategies. And for that reason, I am very honored that we have with us today 3 subject experts who can help set the scene for the further discussions that all of us are going to have this week. It's a pleasure to welcome a true friend of UNFPA, Ms. Geeta Sen, Senior Advisor and Distinguished Professor at the Ramalingaswamy Center on Equity and Social Determinants of Health at the Public Health Foundation of India, Mr. Nahiro Agawa, Visiting Fellow at the Asian Development Bank Institute, ADBI, and Ms. Rathina Ilo Noka, Director of Department of Women's Affairs at the Government of Vanuatu. A warm welcome to all of you. So I'm not permitted to use the gavel, but we're going to try and keep to time. Professor Geeta, let me first turn to you. Given your extensive academic work on population and development, can you tell us a little bit about what the region has accomplished since that first APPC back in 1963 and the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration 10 years ago?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished moderator, friends from civil society, as our very charming hosts in this country would say, Suwadiha. I don't know if I got that right, but please pardon me if I didn't. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. The last time I was here was at the 6th APPC, which some of you may have been at, and which was an event to remember, certainly. I also want to just start, and you'll give me 10 seconds extra, Pio, to recognize a great friend of gender equality, women's rights, and of the sexual and reproductive health and rights that we all believe in, Dr. Mahmood Fatallah's passing. Many of you may know it. Mahmood was a brilliant, wonderful, and deeply committed doctor in Egypt, and was the head of the Human Reproduction Program at WHO during the time of ICPD, and a great mentor to many of us. One of his quotes that remains with us, I think, forever, and will remain forever, is this one. "Women are not dying," said Mahmood, a doctor who had practiced and seen maternal death, too many maternal deaths in his lifetime. "Women are not dying of diseases we can't treat," said Mahmood. "They are dying because societies have yet to make the decision that their lives are worth saving." So rest in peace and go with all our thanks and gratitude, Mahmood. What has been accomplished? It's 30 years almost since ICPD, and the ICPD and the UN conferences of the 1990s, Vienna, Beijing, and Copenhagen, as well as others, were about 2 kinds of accomplishments. The first are the normative accomplishments. And by that, I mean changing our recognition of issues, our understanding of problems based on better data and information, but very importantly also a transformation towards greater empathy and solidarity with people not just left behind, but people suffering from oppressions and from lack of access to services and the fulfillment of their human rights. I think we've seen a great deal of normative change since the ICPD. We've seen the recognition of many, many issues that till then had been languishing, including, extremely importantly, the recognition of the importance of gender equality and of human rights. We've seen, for instance, that normative shift translate into policy and program shift where much has been accomplished. As Pio said, maternal mortality in this region has fallen quite significantly since the time of ICPD. And that has been accomplished not least of all by the extent to which governments have implemented policies and programs leading to those reductions. We've seen an improvement in the context of the availability and access to safe abortion services in countries as required by laws. And we've seen a significant uptake in modern contraceptive methods. We've also seen greater recognition of the importance of educating young people, including comprehensive sexuality education in many countries. We've seen greater recognition of the extent of violence against women and girls. We've seen a growing recognition of aging and the challenges of aging that particularly affect us in this region, but in many other regions as well. We've also seen how migrants and the recognition of the role and importance, the needs and rights of migrant workers is critical if we are in fact to be able to attend to their sexual and reproductive health and rights. And we've seen, not least of all, and I'm very proud of my own country for this, the recognition of the importance of those of different sexual orientations and gender identities, that they are human and that their rights matter and must be fulfilled. Those programmatic, the transition from normative to programmatic requires a legal frameworks that need to be changed and that need to be both broad as well as specific. We need financing, human rights training and availability, data and good, valid, reliable data, and monitoring and evaluation. We need leadership from the likes of those in this room, as well as governance and accountability. And we need, not least of all, a key role for civil society to raise the issues, to say the things that those in positions of authority and power may have difficulty saying. But we need civil society to raise their voices, to bring out the challenging issues so that, in fact, we can see those challenges addressed.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Gita, and indeed, rest in peace, Dr. Mahmoud. Professor Nahiro, so we heard there from Geeta on, this normative changes into programmatic work and the need for legal frameworks, etc. Can you expand a little bit on the demographic economics? Given your expertise in this area, what do you see are the key implications of the region's shifting demographics, especially the decline in fertility rates and the increased life expectancy resulting in rapid population aging? Prof, over to you, please.
Yeah, right now, the almost 80% of Asian population are living in low fertility situation. And so declining fertility, low fertility are no big deal in Asia right now. But in addition, the mortality condition has been improving. Life expectancy at birth is now 73 years, which is 10 years longer than back in 1980. And according to the United Nations population projection, in year 2046, in Asia, we have more elderly persons than the young persons. In other words, we have more grandparents rather than grandchildren. That's going to be a major change in the demographic landscape of Asia. And if you actually, in 1988, the 4 Asian countries really surprised or caught the great attention from the various countries in the world. And these 4 countries, including Singapore and Republic of Korea, are called newly industrializing economies. And a bunch of economists look at these countries' data and then found out that the demographic, age compositional change in these countries stood so fast because of declined fertility. When fertility drops, the residual size of working age population become larger, which is good in terms of boosting the economy. That's why they got high, rapid economic growth. And in fact, in Asia as a whole, the demographic dividend, the first demographic dividend started back in 1972, and the peak was 1990. And then it ended 5 years ago, 2018. And even now, of course, my country, Japan, also these Singapore, China, and these countries, including also Thailand, finished the first demographic dividend stage, but many countries are still enjoying the first demographic dividend, like the Philippines, Malaysia, Laos, and Cambodia. And also, by taking the first democratic dividend, many Asian countries are working on improving the social security, social protection policies, including pension scheme. And then, when you build the pension scheme, the key factor is how you finance the pension scheme. For instance, if you go for the pay-as-you-go scheme, then you don't build any capital. It's a pure transfer from the working age population to the retirees. But if you have a provident fund like Singapore, you build up big funds, and that could be used for boosting the economy. So depending on the policy to be adopted related to the pension scheme, the economic consequences are very different. So it's called a second demographic dividend, but the impact varies, depends on the quality, the type of the policies to be implemented. But that's not the end of the story. But in recent past, I found 2 additional dividends, possible social economic growth. One is that, the Asian elderly persons live longer and healthier. But unfortunately, my country particularly have a very strict retirement age like early 60s, they have to retire. And they want to work, but they can't continue working. And I calculate the potential, the economic contribution due to this untapped work capacity. And if they utilize these people and hire them in the labor market and offer them reasonable, good economic wage rate, then Japan's economic growth rate, probably per capita wise, will increase by about 3 to 6%, which is a big, big increase. So I call this third demographic dividend, or I call it silver dividend. And then another fourth dividend is that in the past 15 years, many Asian countries conducted a survey on retirement and aging both. And I had a chance to look at the Indian data, Chinese data, Malaysian data, Thai data, and Japanese data. I calculated the cognitive function, brain, for these elderly persons. And actually, the cognitive functions are pretty good, fairly reasonable to the many other countries. Like in the case of Japan, the Japanese level is fairly comparable to the German and French level, and the Indian level is very, very, very high. and then Malaysia is doing quite well. And although there's some inter-country disparities in terms of cognitive functions in Asia, but I look at the data and then actually who could be, I mean, how can we improve the future, I mean, cognitive function, the future cohorts particularly, and they found out that the key is that the childhood nutrition, education, and exposure to the digital technology, and also, and well, these are the factors. I mean, education, of course. And then by looking at these factors, I mean, I can guarantee that future elderly persons will have a greater exposure to these factors. In fact, they'll be probably smarter than my generation. So this could be quite a positive sign. So in the years to come, I think the Asian smart and healthier elder person might be able to contribute the solving the problems of the population aging to a considerable extent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor, for giving us those links between demography and economy. So now we've heard from Professor Nahiro about how demographics are shifting, but of course we all know so too is the climate. Director Rothina, reflecting on the unique challenges in the Pacific from where you come, can you share some insights on how climate change and environmental issues are directly impacting the most vulnerable, including women and girls, but particularly also those with disabilities, long-term illnesses, and those living in challenging environments?
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, His Excellency, distinguished guests. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you for Vanuatu to be part of this high delegation. Let me allow me to share some experiences from Vanuatu in terms of the impact of climate change on the vulnerable groups, including women, girls, and people with disabilities. With a population of over 300,000, more than 70% living in the rural areas and relying heavily on subsistence farming, Vanuatu is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change and disaster risks. Tropical cyclones, volcanic eruptions, flooding alone test the country's capacity to manage and respond to large-scale population displacements and humanitarian needs. It is important to note that when a disaster strikes, women and those with disabilities are more disadvantaged due to long-standing gender inequalities that have created disparities in information, mobility, decision-making, and access to resources and training. GBV is of critical concern in Vanuatu. 3 out of 5 women are abused by their husbands and intimate partners, and this statistic stands as a national shame for our country. Gender roles and inequalities can exacerbate the vulnerability of women and girls to natural disasters. For instance, women in Vanuatu play a lot of role in the agricultural field as agricultural workers, primary procurers. They work harder to secure income and resources for their families. This puts added pressure on the girls who often have to leave school to help their mothers manage increased burdens. These roles become burdensome and often undervalued. We call this unpaid work. Women's health is endangered by limiting access to services and health care, as well as increasing risks related to maternal and child health. Researchers also indicate that climate change is increasing the spread of vector-borne illness such as malaria, dengue fever, which is high in Vanuatu, and are also linked to worse maternal and neonatal outcomes. Gender differences need to be considered when planning and managing climate and disaster risks. Women and men bring valuable knowledge and experiences which are important to help understand the different needs and priorities to cope and adapt to the environmental, social, and economical changes brought on by climate change. To build their resilience, the engagement of women, children, youth, people with disabilities, and that of the communities at large, it's critical that they are all actively involved. Leaving no one behind means we need to focus on increasing the representation in disaster management and climate change, adaptation, decision-making, ensuring their voices are heard locally and nationally, and making sure their knowledge and contributions are maximized. Thus, As part of the National Disaster Management Office back at home, coordinating structures, the Gender and Protection Cluster was established in 2014 to improve preparedness for responding to natural disasters in a gender and protection sensitive manner, and ensuring that timely, effective, and coordinated assistance is provided to persons affected by natural disasters during emergency operations. The Department of Women's Affairs, which I head the cluster. Because of strong partnership with all partners, the cluster has produced resources and delivered awareness training on protection issues in emergencies and prevention of GBV to women, children, and community leaders at large. It is vital and critical to work at the subnational level to integrate meaningful community-led responses to disasters and emergencies to ensure sustainability. For instance, Tafea Province, the southward province in Vanuatu, was heavily impacted by TC Judy and TC Kevin at the beginning of this year. The Provincial Secretary General and Area Administrator collaborated with UNFPA and CSOs to set up the first ever women-friendly spaces to meet the health and psychological support needs of women and girls. The women-friendly spaces for women and girls were totally community-owned and led and expanded to be a hub for women to gather and seek support for their needs. Our great gratitude to UNFPA, who has always provided technical support and resources for the women-friendly spaces, the deployment of Fijian midwives and supply of dignity kits, all of which added quality responses and referrals through Vanuatu's first ever safe space for women and girls during response. There are opportunities to design gender-responsive climate change, adaptation, and livelihood programs, and that support rural women's activities and need in small-scale agriculture, fisheries, aquaculture, and cultural industries. Vanuatu notes the importance of age and sex-segregated data in disaster risk planning and response operation of the National Disaster Management Office and the National Disaster Recovery Framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director, for that and those important observations. So we're going to move to a second round of quick questions, and the chair is keeping an eye on me, so I'm going to ask that we all stick to 3 minutes for the next round. Let's try and look forward. Professor Gita, in your opinion, how is it that we can address some of these remaining and the emerging challenges, considering the polycrisis that many countries are experiencing and that widening of socioeconomic and gender inequalities?
So many challenges remain, actually, even though I said we've made advances in different ways. Quality and safety in services is a challenge in many contexts, quite often because health systems are not strong enough to provide for the quality. Reaching the unreached. There are still too many maternal and infant deaths in the region, and too many unsafe abortions. That needs to change. We have still too many young people without the information to handle their own changing, growing bodies and lives. Comprehensive sexuality education isn't there in many places with appropriate services. We still see too much, way too much, and growing violence against women and girls and against people who are not seen as part of the mainstream because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, or other ethnic or other status. And we still see too little integration into well-functioning primary healthcare. Now, those challenges, as we know, have been exacerbated by what you call the polycrisis. That polycrisis is a result of a combination of hyper-financial liberalization, if one may call it that, which has led to austerity policies during the pandemic in over 100 countries in the world, just at the time when we needed more money for health, more money to sustain healthcare, combined with and possibly resulting in a growth in political illiberalism that has made it difficult for civil society and others to function in many places. The climate crisis that you mentioned is now spilling over into every part of what we're trying to accomplish. Migrants are at particular risk. And I need say nothing about the increase in conflict and in the rise of violence and hatred in too many parts of the world, as a consequence of which women, older people, those at great risk, and tragically, thousands and thousands of children are dying as a result of old and new conflicts that we all know about. We're not prepared to deal with the next pandemic, however much we may speak about it and however much negotiations may be going on, because the inequalities that we saw during COVID-19 in access to medicines, access to vaccines, all across the world are still not being addressed. And I fear that we will face the same in the next pandemic, which everyone knows is around the corner. So that's the nature of the polycrisis that we face, how to address it. And I would just, I can do no better than just drawing upon remarks made by the Chief Justice of India in a lecture he gave 2 years ago on there being not one truth, but 4 kinds of truth. What are those 4 kinds of truth that we have to pay attention to as we think of addressing the challenges that we face? The first one we know, data, what you might call forensic data and information. The second is the lived experiences of people who are at greatest risk and who suffer the greatest. The third he called dialogue truth, the truth that emerges because we're willing to talk to each other, even though we may start with differing points of view and opinions. And the fourth he called restorative truth, the truth that emerges out of those dialogues, because we now are able to see that we do not, however much we may be among those left behind and marginalized, that we are not alone. Those 4 kinds of truth are what we now need, what the world needs, what this region needs in order to be able to move forward. And I would just say one thing about the importance of genuine engagement with people who are suffering because of their gender, because of disability, because of their ethnicity, because of their status as migrant workers, because of their status as children and young people. What is genuine engagement? Genuine engagement means no bifurcations and separations. It means listening with open minds and hearts. And very importantly, genuine engagement means giving real spaces at the same table in negotiation rooms to civil society and to those who represent the most marginalized and those who are left behind. So I want to really push that we need to move in this direction if we are to take the advances that we've made in the last 30 years and move them forward towards the 8th APPC, so that we're not saying the same thing over again 10 years from now.
All right, thank you very much, Geeta. Professor Nehru, how you have a room full of representatives from governments across the region. What is your advice in terms of how we should adapt our economic and social policies to accommodate the needs of both the older and younger populations, where intergenerational solidarity and the silver economy that you speak of are a reality beyond words. Yes, please.
The GROW project called the National Transfer Account over the last 20 years. And in this study, I mean, look at the change in the generational transfer patterns and using the government transfer, familial transfer, and the balance is actually maintained by using the savings. That's how the system works. But in the case of Japan, for instance, there's a major change. I mean, back in 1984, the elderly person started getting family support from age 64. But 25 years later, not 64, they didn't get the support from children until they reached age 81. Dramatic change in the attitude among the elder persons, because they get the better government transfers, public transfers. And in fact, in many Asian countries, they get the elderly getting more support from the government and private sector, I mean, familial transfers. And also the children getting more. And in fact, there's no crowding out effect between these elderly persons and the children, but both are getting more and more. Who suffers? Working in the population. They're squeezed out. And in fact, if you look at the relationship between children and elder at the working age population, in Asia, I think there's the more and more resources going to children because they don't want to educate the kids. They give them a better education. In Asia, there's strong substitution between these quality and quantity. And I use these Asian data and calculate the elasticity between quantity and quality. Amazingly, the elasticity in Asia is twice as large as the US and much higher than the European case. So substitutability is very, very strong. In other words, they go for quality rather than quantity. That's why reduced number of children, that's why fertility has been falling in Asia, and this trend is going to likely to persist. And also, not only that, Japan is a rare country in which they collected data about the attitude toward taking care of the elderly persons since 1950 all the way up to now. And back in between 1950 and 1986, 80% of Japanese women, married women, below replacement, the reproductive age, said, yes, it's a good idea to take care of the parents. I mean, 80% of them said yes, to take care of the parents. Or natural duty should be sort of accepted. So they're positive, about 80% of them are positive, but all of a sudden after 86, when the government changed the policies in terms of shifting the hospital care to the in-home care, they dropped like crazy, like 50% from 80%. And then after year 2000, they introduced long-term care, and then these proportions to keep on falling. Right now, only 20% are willing to support willing to provide the support to the elderly persons. So I just want to call attention that in your country, in the Asian countries, maybe demographic shift is fast, but the value shift could be abrupt and it could be very detrimental in terms of implementing the support for the elderly persons in your country.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Let me now turn to you again, Director Rathina. So, we know there are inequalities and social challenges that are proliferating as a result of these population dynamics, particularly in the Pacific. But I also know there's a lot of new government policies and strategies to address them. Could you maybe share some good practices from your own country and perhaps the wider Pacific on these approaches? 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me share some of the policies that have been developed to address some of the issues. Firstly, we have the Vanuatu National Sustainable Development Plan 2030, which was developed and launched in 2015. It is a paramount policy that's like an umbrella foundation for all development in Vanuatu, and it's sort of like a localized interpretation of the Global 2030 agenda. One of the main issues that we find here is in Vanuatu is the urban poverty and high youth unemployment, and it is of urgent concern to the country. But we are committed to invest in education and to drive expansion of SMEs to generate income and promote entrepreneurship, particularly amongst the youth. the women in recalling its commitment to the Samoa pathway. Also, labor mobility brings in a lot of financial benefits to the communities. However, though it was designed for unskilled laborers, research indicated a high number of skilled laborers are moving into the program. Because of this, Vanuatu is currently experiencing a shrinking labor force where more and more people are moving away from home for regional labor and resulting in vulnerable population being more vulnerable during disasters and no working population there to help them prepare and respond and recover from disasters. So that is one of our problems back at home. Also, we find that recruitment for public service and the private sector is becoming a challenge at the national and subnational, and also at community levels where basic services like reproductive health services at the community levels, this has also become an issue for us where we do not have enough human resource available to provide the services. We're also seeing our family structures continuing to wear down, where children are being placed with extended families while parents move away for these labor mobilities, making it the family members, extended family members, were increasing. We see a lot of increasing in vulnerable possible abuses that can happen among the children. We also want to invest in education and skills building, expanding in human capabilities and support readiness of young people. Vanuatu life expectancy has increased from 71 to 73 years in the last 10 years. This has shown that there's a number of results, including greater coverage in access and delivery of quality health services. Nonetheless, the health systems face significant challenges in balancing increasing demands and shifting priorities in its pursuits to universal health coverage. Disruptions caused by limited resourcing, natural disasters, and disease outbreaks continue to place a burden on the health system. We remain committed to the aspiration of Moana Declaration to ensure access to sexual and reproductive health rights for all our peoples without discrimination, and to the Kaila Declaration to strengthen human resource capacity in building competencies. A revised multi-year Ramka policy paves the way towards implementing this commitment. Vanuatu's literacy rate continues to increase as a result of several initiatives to improve access to education. We remain committed to make education accessible to all through the Vanuatu Inclusive Education Policy, which gives special emphasis on our population who are marginalized, vulnerable, and live with disabilities. The Vanuatu National Curriculum Statement incorporates gender equality, social inclusion, civic education, and human rights, as well as appropriate sexual and reproductive health rights and learning for all. GBV is also, as I've mentioned earlier, is of wide concern. However, we have the National Gender Equality Policy, the National Population Policy, and the Family Protection Act and Child Protection Policy, where strategic objectives are implemented to ensure that we address the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Ratina, much appreciated. Colleagues, I think we have our marching orders about how we are to fulfill the ICPD and that program of action. And, you know, I was going back over it over the weekend and just reminded about how all-encompassing and visionary 30 years ago, but yet today, that ICPD still is. And it stresses, you know, the need for us to establish common ground with full respect for the various religions and ethical values and cultural backgrounds of our nations, and goes on to stress that if we want to get to these bold commitments, that we have to engage in a new global partnership based on a sense of shared but differentiated responsibility for each other and the planet. It's been really wonderful to listen to our three experts, truths, investments, leadership. Thank you so much for giving us this food for thought, which I think will help us as we continue our deliberations over the coming 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me in showing our appreciation to our three panelists for their valuable insights. And I wish you all a very productive and engaging participation at this APPC over the coming days. And I'm sure that we're going to come away from it with that renewed commitment to upholding rights and choices for everyone. With that, I'll hand back to the Chair and the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and panelists for the discussion, which was enriched, and for the conference. And this concludes the high-level discussion. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I will now open the floor for country statements. And I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 4 minutes for members and associate members of the Commission, and to 3 minutes to observers, countries, intergovernmental organizations, UN bodies, and specialized agencies and civil society organizations. Now, to ensure that we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through website of the conference. Delegations in the room called upon to speak would speak from their seats, while delegations online would need to which part is that? Please fill in for the Zoom. What's that? Okay, all right. Now the Secretariat will assist with the speakers list if there's a minister speakers. Please. So. Okay. Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, it is my distinct honor to ask you to deliver your statement, and I now invite the distinguished delegates to please. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, I would like to congratulate all of you on the occasion of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference, and to express my gratitude to UN ESCAP and UN FPA for hosting it. Last November, the world's population reached the milestone of 8 billion. Population issues affect every aspect of human, social, and economic development, and they are directly linked to the way a society functions. They therefore cut across all the objectives of the SDGs, and it is critical to adopt perspectives on population and development in our efforts to achieve the SDGs. Since the last Regional Population Conference held in 2013, the Asia-Pacific has seen significant progress in social and economic development, including on matters linked to health and gender equality. Indeed, the government of Japan has been working hard on both domestic and international fronts. Just as an example, Japan has confronted the challenges of low fertility and population aging that are progressing at a dramatic pace across the Asia-Pacific region. Under those circumstances, Japan has been delivering on further extending healthy life expectancy to cope with the aging of its population. To address low fertility, we are stepping up measures to encourage marriage and are providing even greater support as regards pregnancy, childbirth, and child rearing. Having said that, pandemics like COVID-19 and the intensifying severity of climate change have affected people's basic livelihoods and set back some of the gains previously made. In particular, refugees and other vulnerable populations are facing greater difficulties in accessing lifelines such as water, sanitation, and hygiene, food and electricity due to multiple natural disasters and conflicts. This situation is having a significant demographic impact. I would like to express my support for ESCAP's efforts to deepen the discussion from this large perspective, including the issue of migrant demographics, and to further strengthen dialogue and capacity building, starting with this conference. In order to deal with these rapid changes, it is necessary to adhere to a basic perspective which embraces various relevant policies. At the core of this viewpoint is the notion of human security. Japan defines human security as a guiding principle for development cooperation and has taken the leading role in promoting it in the international community. In other words, it is important to realize a world caring for human dignity, where vulnerable people can live safely and securely. In addition, the most basic condition for realizing human security is universal health coverage, which amounts to support for human life itself and includes strengthening healthcare systems and infectious disease control. Japan has long been at the forefront of mainstreaming UHC. Through promoting these measures in alignment with our vision for human security as well as UHC, and looking towards the 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development in 2024. Japan is keen to contribute further to discussions and international cooperation on demographic diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. I now invite the distinguished Minister of Cambodia to please take the floor, followed by the distinguished Minister from Solomon Islands.
Thank you, Excellency Chairman, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, the Royal Government of Cambodia wishes to express appreciation to the Royal Government of Thailand and to the organizers, the Joint Secretary of ESCAP and UNFPA for hosting this event. I am privileged to represent the Royal Government of Cambodia at the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. This conference stands as a witness to our collective commitment to shape a brighter future for our populations. Endorsing the International Conference on Population and Development Goals and the 2013 Ministerial Declarations on Population and Development, the Royal Government of Cambodia adopted fair voluntary commitment at the 2019 Nairobi Summit and take seriously the commitment made towards achieving the three transformative outcomes. Cambodian National Population Policy is the overarching policy framework providing strategy directions on all population-related issues. Its aim to improve the quality of life, the well-being of all citizens, alleviations of poverty, and respond to social demographic trends, as well as to ensure that the country demographic dividends projected to end after 2045 is healthy, productive, and educated, and that's all Cambodians can reap the benefit of development and participate in economic activities as the country aims to become a high-income country by 2050. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, despite visible progress over the past decades, the Royal Government of Cambodia acknowledged challenges, including financial barriers, and more work needs to be done, especially in the area of gender equalities and empowerment, and geographical disparities in the number of development indicators. In this regard, a special committee for accelerating the implementation of the ICPD program of actions have been established, with its sub-national committee created for all 25 capital provinces, consisting of 20 line ministries, UNFPA, and civil society. The special committee is tasked with the implementation and monitoring of the 12 voluntary national commitments and has put in place an overarching strategy framework called Cambodia Strategy Framework and Action Plans, aimed to strengthening the legal framework and institutional capacity, expanding service availability and enhance service quality, raising public awareness and mobilizing resources, with strong emphasis on sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender-based violence, and attitude changing. Lastly, we are convinced that the Cambodia Strategy Framework and Action Plans will help translate our commitments to effective actions. And I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the Royal Government of Cambodia's commitment to accelerate the implementation of the ICPD program of actions, with equipping ourselves with investment in health, education, social protection system, and infrastructure for the well-being of our population, especially women and girls. While the world is facing unprecedented challenges, this is the time to double down the solidarities, support, and cooperation among the countries in the region, so that the 2019 ICPD commitments are realized and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals will be achieved. Thank you for your kind attention. Som Okun.
Thank you, distinguished minister from Cambodia. The next speaker on my list is a distinguished minister from Solomon Island, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished minister from Mongolia.
Chairman, Your Excellency, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Excellency, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. It is an honor to address this gathering of the 70th Asia-Pacific Population Conference. I convey warm Pacific greetings from the government and the people of Solomon Island. At the outset, I convey sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Thailand for hosting us and for warm hospitality extended to my delegation. The leadership of ESCAP and the UNFPA also must be commended for bringing all delegates to this conference. This 7th Asia-Pacific Population Conference takes place at the pitfall moment as we reach midway through the time frame that we have set ourselves for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is indeed useful to review progress made towards implementation of the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development and the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development. Today, we live in the world of increasing dimensional crisis and vulnerability intersecting population and development. the Asian Pacific home to 60% of the world population. What happened here and we were here that makes up the 60% of the world population deal with the complex and the dynamic issues of the population, and the nexus with our development is critical important. Being small, diverse, and vulnerable to climate change and disaster doesn't stop our ambition to bring about better changes to the livelihood of our people. As the large ocean state, geographically spread over vast ocean, with diverse people, culture, and languages, Solomon Islands face unique to our setting challenges. Despite the inherent and systematic challenges that we face as a small island developing state and less developing country, Solomon Islands remain committed to the vision and the goal of Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development and priorities of Program of Action of International Conference on Population and Development. Solomon Islands has made significant progress in terms of policy, environment, and needs to have clear, relevant policy and legislation in place across all sectors. Solomon Islands 20-year roadmap, the National Development Strategy 2016 to 2035 holds aspiration of Solomon Island vision for development of our people. The development of first Solomon Island National Population Policy 2016-2017 is another milestone achievement. Education and health, including sexual reproductive health rights. The government ensure all Solomon Islanders have equal access to health care and education. There was significant improvement in education in terms of literacy rate, primary school enrollment. Mortality rate among women and girls have significantly reduced, along with child mortality due to improvement in access to antenatal care and family planning health services. The government, however, achieved some progress, but at the lowest pace in terms of gender equality and women empowerment, young people empowerment, and children and disability rights. Solomon Island is devoted to ending issues affecting our marginalized population that prevent them from fully enjoying their human rights to participate and access equal opportunity and development outcomes. Solomon Islands still experiencing mixed progress in the following areas: poverty eradication, employment generation, as 75% of the population still living under poverty line. Sustainable development, as much of Solomon Island economy still lies heavily on natural resources. Increasing rural-urban migration due to lack of decentralized services and development to the provinces. Timely data statistics to support planning, budgeting, and decision-making is lacking. Moving into the future, Solomon Islands recognizes the need to ensure stakeholder support to implementation of Objective 1 and 2 of the National Development Strategy, sustain and inclusive economic growth and poverty alleviation through community-led intervention and behavioral changes investment. Address outstanding issues that ensure risks to population and development, specifically the issue of high prevalence of non-communicable disease and short life expectancy and the implication on development and investment. Solomon Islands wishes to see regeneration of our population and building population resilient across all levels. The government is keen to see acceleration of policy implementation through the right intervention with behavioral changes investment in every sector, including having increased access to financing for development. Strengthening statistical system and capacity is also critical, as data and statistics play a crucial role in informing policy and critical decision-making, resilient development of our population. I thank you all.
Thank you, the distinguished minister from Solomon Islands. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Mongolia, for whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegation from the Philippines. However, please may I kindly remind all delegations of the 4-minute time limit. Otherwise, we'll be here for a while. So please, you take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I wish to extend my delegation's sincere appreciation to the leadership of the ESCAP and the UN Population Fund for convening this timely and important conference to take stock of our efforts in implementing the Regional Declaration on Population and Development and jointly identify our road ahead. As seen from the relevant reports prepared by the Secretariat, Asia and the Pacific has made considerable progress, albeit uneven, in terms of socio-economic development over the last decade. However, the progress has been challenged by existing and new threats, including climate change, disasters, conflicts, COVID-19 pandemic, and digital divide. The region has been also undergoing tremendous demographic changes, including decreasing fertility and mortality rates and increasing migration, which are resulting in older and more urban population. Mongolia, for one, has not been immune to the above challenges and dynamics. COVID-19, geopolitical tensions, subsequent food, energy, and financial crisis, along with increased climate change impact, have reversed our decades-long development gains, especially on poverty reduction. To address these challenges, my government has taken a number of policy responses, including the introduction of the new recovery policy, national programs on food security and supply, healthy Mongolian, as well as proper fiscal and monetary policies, digitalization of social protection and public services, along with enhanced anti-corruption action. As a result, the economy, which had shrunk by 4.6% in 2020, has grown to its pre-pandemic level of 6.4% in the first half of 2023. Mr. Chairman, let me say here a few words about the new recovery policy, as it serves as an accelerator for achieving these sustainable development goals and the Vision 2050 long-term development policy of Mongolia. This policy identifies the main bottlenecks to development and envisages the 6 sets of policy measures designed to revitalize border ports to increase export and address logistical constraints, boost energy sector with particular emphasis on renewable energy development, reinvigorate the industrialization to diversify the economy, create new jobs and increase the share of value-added products in export, scale up rural development, food production to ensure food security and balanced rural growth, expand green development, enhance the state efficiency through cutting red tape, intensified anti-corruption action, and becoming an e-nation. Once the new recovery policy is implemented, the gross domestic product will double. Expanded scope of the economy will ensure the implementation of human development goals, improve health and education services, address housing needs, raise income, enlarge the middle class, and radically improve the quality of life of our people. Mr. Chairman, the world's population has projected by the UN Population Division to reach 8.5 billion in 2013, 9.7 billion in 2050, and 10.4 billion in 2021. The fact clearly shows significance of the population development issue in the Asia and Pacific region. As development of all industries are based on manpower and wealth, Asia is an emerging center of the world development. The expanding population presents us with both opportunities and challenges. The SDGs are grounded in the principle of leaving no one behind, emphasizing that all internationally agreed development goals are people-centered. Access to food, health care, clean water, sanitation, education, and decent work represents fundamental human rights. Our collective responsibility is to ensure widespread access to these essentials, fostering both opportunity and human security. It is essential to underscore that comprehending population trends and proactively addressing demographic shifts are crucial for national development planning and the effective realization of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. Chairman, my delegation will be taking an active part in the planned thematic discussions to share our experience and lessons learned in implementing the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development and the Program of Action of the ICPD to jointly identify challenges, gaps, and key future actions. In concluding, may I draw the kind attention of fellow member states and international organizations to the World Women's Forum to be hosted by Mongolia in August 2024 in collaboration with the United Nations. Concept note of the forum along with invitations will be shortly sent through diplomatic channels. I count on your active support in participation in this initiative. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished minister from Mongolia. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from the Philippines, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegates from Nepal. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I do urge everyone to look through your script and try to read it in your mind with a timer, 4 minutes. Otherwise, our lunch, we're going to have a very late lunch today, ladies and gentlemen. Please, distinguished delegates from the Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Republic of the Philippines is pleased to share its significant progress in the implementation of the Program of Action of the ICPD and in fulfilling its commitment to the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. The demographic landscape in the country has gradually shifted towards a greater opportunity for accelerated and inclusive socioeconomic development. While we remain one of the countries with the highest populations in the region, with 109 million Filipinos as of 2020, our population growth has declined from 3.0% in the 70s to 1.6% within the period of 2015 to 2020. The slowdown in population growth has been mainly driven by the progressive decline in the total fertility rate, which is already at 1.9 children in 2022, below replacement fertility level. The declining fertility level has shifted our population age structure with a decreasing proportion of young age dependents, 0 to 13 years old, and an increasing proportion of the working age population, 15 to 64 years old, as well as that of older persons. Mr. Chair, the Philippine chairmanship of the 55th session of the UN CPD, held in 2022 in New York, and sustained active engagement in the succeeding CPDs reaffirmed the country's strong commitment to protect, advance the gains, and effectively implement the 1994 Program of Action of the ICPD and the Ministerial Declaration. Our sound economic fundamentals have translated into significant progress in reducing poverty, and we are on our way towards recovering from the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, as indicated by our improving macroeconomic indicators. Through the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law, we have expanded our effort to ensure universal and equitable access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services and information, including family planning services to individuals and couples. Our policies and programs in promoting gender equality have ranked the country at 16th place among 144 countries, according to the 2023 World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index. Just recently, the country has further improved the policy environment for gender equality and eliminating gender-based violence by enacting the law that prohibits child marriage and increasing the age of sexual consent adolescent from 12 to 16 years. We also continue to address the root causes of adolescent pregnancy and promote adolescent reproductive health as a national priority through a whole of government and whole of society approach at all levels. The Philippines reaffirms the positive role and contributions of migrants. The country has one of the most systematic and organized governance for international migration and further strengthened by the Department of Migrant Workers that has been instituted recently. The country continues to strengthen capacity to generate data. The Philippine statistical system, which provides statistics and data needed to crafting policies and program interventions, has also expanded towards establishing local data statistics. The community-based monitoring system has already been instituted by law. Our civil registration and vital statistics is one of the strongest in the region. Mr. Chair, we recognize the need to address the remaining development challenges with greater strategic resolve. And we shall be guided by our Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 and the Philippine Population and Development Plan of Action for 2023 to 2028. With this, Mr. Chair, the Philippines renews its commitment to realize the thrusts and goals of the ICPD and the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. Thank you very much for your kind consideration.
Thank you, distinguished delegates from the Philippines. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Nepal, who might invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Malaysia.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and deep sense of honor I join this important conference. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers and gracious support of the Thai government, which have been supportive in success of this event, for affording me the privilege to address this distinguished conference. The significance of population in the area of development is enormous and instinctively connected to a multitude of stakeholders. Constitution of Nepal 2015 marked a pivotal moment in our political landscape, transitioning to a federal democratic structure, while upholding the principle of inclusive development, including provision of basic health care services, fundamental human rights for all citizens. We have linked the issue of population dynamics and international commitment into our national development policies, legislation, and plan. Despite the challenges and impact of COVID-19 pandemic, Nepal has made important progress in the field of population and development. These achievements include remarkable increase in life expectancy, literacy rate, and significant rise in institutional delivery. Moreover, we have substantial effort reduced maternal mortality rate. Our annual population growth rate is less than 1% and fertility rate is also decreased. With persistent determination, Nepal is on track to graduate Nepal as a category of least developed country to developing country. Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, while we take pride in these accomplishments, it is essential to acknowledge the numerous challenges and gaps that lies ahead. Access to quality healthcare and education, the prevention of gender-based violence, addressing population imbalances, development inequalities, enhancing employment opportunities, protecting sexual and reproductive rights, reducing mortality are among the foremost challenges. Addressing these challenges needs the allocation of resources, enhancing capacity, adapting policy aligned with the national planning goals. We are equally committed to realizing sustainable development goal, an objective outlined in the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD Plan of Action. Nepal is resolute in setting clear objectives in our planning process and continuously adapting the policy to reflect these priorities. We recognize that addressing these multifaceted issues needs collaboration across various sectors. And we hope this conference will serve as a platform for sharing experiences and gaining insights to bridge existing knowledge gaps. In the spirit of our unity and collaboration, I request to join hands in working together to achieve more favorable outcomes Together we can overcome the challenges that lies ahead. I entirely wish the resounding success of this conference, and I'm confident that the discussion and partnership forming during this event will propel us further toward our shared goal and bright future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the distinguished delegates from Nepal. And next speaker is the distinguished delegate from Malaysia, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, and the United Nations Population Fund for organizing this crucial event. The 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference presents a valuable opportunity for us to assess the progress of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration, as well as the program of actions of the International Conference on Population and Development. We are dedicated to sustainable development, incorporating the SDGs into national plans with a focus on governance, social cohesion, and partnerships. Despite challenges like poverty and healthcare demands, Malaysia actively engages in SDGs through initiatives such as voluntary local reviews, addressing economic, social, and environmental dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's population has grown significantly, reaching 33.2 million in 2020 and projected to reach 36.7 million by 2030, albeit declining fertility rates and urbanization. Despite challenges, the nation achieved health-related sustainable development goals targets, displaying resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. To promote sustainable consumption and production, Malaysia aligns national priorities with SDG 12, emphasizing green growth and enhanced planning capabilities, reaffirming its commitment to inclusive economic growth and sustainability, particularly post-COVID-19. Public healthcare system in Malaysia is of high quality. Affordable services are provided to over 70% of the population through universal health coverage, with 98% of cost of care subsidized by the government. In sexual and reproductive health, Malaysia adopts a comprehensive approach, offering accessible family planning services, comprehensive sexuality education, and inclusive initiatives aligning with socio-economic goals outlined in the improved version of National Policy and Plan of Action on Social and Reproductive Health Education, in short called PEKERTI. Inclusivity and equal opportunities are promoted through various policy initiatives. The portal called My Future Jobs, utilizing AI technology, ensures universal access to employment, services, fostering social inclusion, in particular persons with disabilities. Additionally, Malaysia emphasizes inclusive education through policies like the National Inclusive Open Educational Resources, providing equitable access to educational resources, the Zero Reject Policy, and guidelines for disability inclusion in higher education institutions demonstrate Malaysia's commitment to unlock a world of knowledge to all. Every individual is to thrive and contribute meaningfully. Malaysia actively engaged in collaborative partnerships and regional initiatives, evident through projects like the Regional Plan of Action on Aging and the ASEAN-wide Research Networking on Aging, emphasizing elderly care and cross-border knowledge sharing. These involvements demonstrate our belief in the importance of partnerships and regional cooperation in addressing multifaceted challenges. Recognizing the essential role of international collaboration, we are dedicated to achieving our shared objectives through these strategic partnerships. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to everyone involved in the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. With this, I thank you for the 4 minutes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate from Malaysia. Next on the list is the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, whom I now invite to take the floor, and followed by the distinguished delegates from Maldives.
Mr. Chair, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our gratitude for the Thailand government and also for the UN ESCAP for the 7th ASEAN Pacific Population Conference. Before I discuss the current state of our collaboration, allow me to highlight some of the impacts of the war in Gaza. We are committed to UN ESCAP's and UNFPA mandate to collaborate on overall economic and social issues to ensure health services for all and to pursue prosperity for the people. Unfortunately, as of today, more than 11,200 Palestinians have lost their life. Most of them are women and children. Further, there are estimated 50,000 pregnant women who are caught up in the conflict. Almost all the population in Gaza have now been cut off from health and emergency services. We cannot stay idle. We must raise our voice and demand to stop the aggression, protect civilians, respect international law, let humanitarian assistance to flow unhindered. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia reiterates its commitment to International Conference on Population and Development (ICPD) and the 2013 ASEAN Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. Significant progress has been made in the implementation of the program of the action of the ICPD since 2013. During the past decade, Indonesia has achieved substantial advancement, including decrease in poverty rate and child malnutrition, as well as improved access to full employment and social protection, one breakthrough by developing quality family village to reduce stunting. Decline in mortality rates, increase in sexual and reproductive health services, including increased contraceptive prevalence rate, reduce unmet need for family planning, improve maternal health, and decline adolescent fertility rate. Progress in achieving universal primary education as well as increasing enrollment, completion rate, literacy, and the quality of education. Decrease of gender-based violence in child marriage, enhancement in social security, individual capacity, health status, quality of life, resilience, and long-term care for older individuals. Increase in program related to promoting safe migration as well as the protection and respect of human rights and fundamental freedom of all migrants. Decrease in the proportion of the urban population residing in slums, and to reduce the flow of urbanization through the development of disadvantaged regions. Progress in sustainable development in Indonesia is 62%, or 138 SDGs indicators have been currently achieved, where globally only 50% of the target are on the track. Strong commitment in One Data Indonesia policy, data utilization for policy development and planning policy, improvement in data collection, including initiative in development of national family database. As we applaud this accomplishment, Indonesia recognizes the challenges at hand and is actively working toward improvement. To address the challenges, Indonesia has incorporated improvement strategies into the National Long-Term Development Plan 2025-2045 and the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2035-2029. This plan forms the cornerstone of the national development, aligning with the goals of the ICPD, POA, SDGs, and also APPC targets. We look forward to a fruitful discussion in the APPC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Next on the list is a distinguished delegate from Maldives, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from China. Please.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you greetings from the Maldives. It is an honor for me to address this 7th Asian Pacific Population Conference on behalf of the Government of Maldives. We have come a long way since the adoption of the transformative agenda of action of the International Conference on Population and Development, held almost 3 decades ago in Egypt. Since then, the world has changed significantly. Significantly, the positive changes to the lives of people around the world brought about by adjustments to national policies on population and development would undoubtedly be the key driver of the positive outcomes we see today. However, much remains to be done, and this conference is an opportunity to deliberate on these and arrive at decisions on how we, in this vast region, need to chart out the outcomes for the next decades, especially considering that ours is the fastest growing region in the world. Recognizing the inseparable linkages between population, policies, and development outcomes, and vice versa, several success stories can now be told from countries in the region. Maldives is proud to have achieved successes in population development following the implementation of the actions we agreed through past multilateral negotiations. Putting people first to build better lives has been the focus of my government since then and now. Maldives continues to implement the program of action of ICPD and the ministerial declarations of the previous APPCs in reducing poverty, working towards achieving universal health coverage, and assuring access to universal primary education, at the same time addressing the needs of the vulnerable sectors of the population. Maldives has made significant strides to improve the health of its population. Life expectancy has increased dramatically, and we hold the highest life expectancy within the region. Furthermore, sexual and reproductive health programs have resulted in reductions in the number of unintended pregnancies and low maternal mortality. Infant mortality rate has declined from a high of 30 in 1994 to 10 in 2022. This has been achieved through an initial introduction of a community health worker system, which helped the remote island communities understand health issues early on, especially with reproductive health care and early childhood care. Gradually, access to modern health care through qualified medical doctors and nurses have been rolled out from being only accessible to the capital to almost every inhabited island in the country. Currently, a health center manned with a qualified doctor and nurse provided on each island. Essential medicine is also made available in each island community. The introduction of gradual expansion of public high-speed transport system within each atoll has also made access to health services and seek specialist consultation much easier. In recent years, Maldives has made considerable progress towards gender equality and equity. This is evident from the data on education and employment. Significantly higher proportions of girls are completing secondary education and going on to tertiary levels. Increasing proportion of women in public sector employment and conscious policy encouraging women in political positions, and also in the private sector, particularly in the resort sector, are starting to show the results. Some examples of such national level policy actions are launching of the Strategic Action Plan 2019 to 2023, the Gender Equality Action Plan and Monitoring Framework following revision and alignment with the current national policies, and launched in March 2022. Furthermore, there have been significant advances in aligning the country's national legal and regulatory framework with obligations in the CEDAW. Following the endorsement of GAP, multisectoral community social groups, IBAMA has been established at island level for the protection of vulnerable groups. However, it must be stressed that a lot is still to be achieved to make gender equality and women empowerment a success story. Education is vitally important for empowering girls and unlocking their potential. The overarching education policy of the government, No Child Left Behind, ensures inclusive quality learning for each child to reach their full potential. Maldives' commitment to raising the quality of education system has resulted in significant progress, resulting in having the high adult illiteracy rate of 98% by 2022. The revision to inclusive education policy in 2020 has also advocated for a shift from special needs education to inclusive education. The first free degree program introduced by the government in 2019 has increased the number of fresh graduates in the country while declining the rate. Addressing the vulnerabilities of the population remains a key challenge, where 1 in 3 people face multidimensional vulnerability. The National Social Protection Program has undergone reforms and targeted poverty programs. A key milestone achieved by the National Social Protection Agency is the social assistance cash transfer programs via bank accounts to ensure the receipt of elements to actual beneficiaries. For the first time in the history, the minimum wage was introduced in 2021 to promote fair compensation and ensure equal pay for work, equal value to reduce wage inequalities. Furthermore, the National Disability Register was established in 2023, and up to now, more than 11,000 people have been registered. These successes come with new challenges. The concern today is not just about the population numbers, but rather talking about the complex interlinkages between population and development. Our population dynamics present both challenges and opportunities. On one hand, we need to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure and services in place to support our growing population. On the other hand, our young and dynamic population is a valuable asset that can drive our economic and social development. The investment that the government has made towards human capital development is yet to be harnessed. The human capital spending on children is relatively low in the Maldives given its current economic development and fertility levels. In Maldives, the average human capital investment in children is less than 2 years' worth of prime age labor force. While the country is currently experiencing a demographic dividend, we are also conscious of the future and an aging population and the need to have well-established policies and actions to cater for this impending demographic shift. In this regard, strengthening and expansion of the sexual and reproductive health programs must be a priority. Awareness on such issues need to be increased, and easy access to these programs must be made available to young adults and the marginalized groups as part of an integrated public health system that combines preventive and curative healthcare and health promotion services. The core of addressing all these issues is having timely data made available for evidence-based decision-making. The Maldives Population Housing Census carried out in September 2022 generates a wealth of data reflecting the people and our advancement over the past 8 years. Generates a wealth of data reflecting the people and our advancement over the past 8 years. There is a need to strengthen the quality of administrative data collected on a more regular basis in such a way that it can be a reliable source of data for demographic analysis. Continuous monitoring and feedback based on reliable data is essential to guide policies for the achievement of sustainable development goals by 2030. Mr. Chair, the government of the Maldives is committed to invest in our people to accelerate and scale up our progress towards the 2030 agenda. Our commitments at the Nairobi summit remains unwavered. We look forward to working with our partners to develop and implement policies and programs that promote the well-being of all people in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Maldives. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from China, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Vietnam. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate all the work that all the countries have done over the past decade. It is tremendous. We cannot fit 10 years in 4 minutes. I appreciate that. But please bear in mind that the full statement of everything that you have done will be posted on the website. So don't worry, everyone will get to see what every single one of us have done. So please, 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
尊敬的主席先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴来到美丽的曼谷，参加第7届亚洲及太平洋人口会议。中国1994年参加了国际人发大会，在会后致力于落实行动纲领中提出的性与生殖健康和生殖权利、性别平等、青少年生殖健康以及人口与发展的举措。中国政府高度重视人口工作，针对人口形势的新变化，做出调整完善生育政策，促进人口长期均衡发展的决定，在实现国际人发大会提出的目标方面取得了长足的进展。中国人口健康状况持续改善。2021年，中国人均预期寿命已经达到78.2岁。2022年，中国5岁以下儿童死亡率6.8%，婴儿死亡率4.9%，孕产妇死亡率10万分之15.7%，均降至历史最低水平。主要健康指标位居中高收入国家前列。中国教育水平不断提高，9年制义务教育全面普及，并且消除了性别差距。2022年，劳动年龄人口平均受教育的年限达到了10.9年，接受高等教育的人口 超过了2.4亿，为经济社会发展提供了人才资源支撑。中国强化就业优先政策，健全就业促进机制，促进高质量充分就业。中国就业局势保持着总体稳定，城镇就业规模持续扩大，就业结构不断优化，在14亿多人口的大国实现了比较充分的就业。中国把减贫放在治国理政的突出位置，到2020年底，中国如期完成了新时代脱贫攻坚的目标任务。现行标准下，农村贫困人口全部脱贫。中国始终坚持男女平等的宪法原则，将男女平等作为促进国家社会发展的一项基本国策，持续推进男女平等与妇女全面发展。当前，中国人口发展呈现少子化、老龄化、区域人口增减分化的趋势性特征。中国将继续坚持国际人发大会行动纲领的原则。中国将完善新时代人口发展战略，认识适应、引领人口发展的新常态，着力提高人口整体素质，努力保持适度的生育水平和人口规模，加快塑造素质优良、总量充裕、结构优化、分布合理的现代化人力资源，以人口高质量发展支撑中国式现代化。中国将深化教育卫生事业，改革创新，全面提高人口科学文化素质、健康素质、思想道德素质，将建立健全生育支持政策体系，大力发展普惠托育服务体系，显著减轻家庭生育养育和教育的负担，推动建设生育友好型社会，促进人口长期均衡发展，将加强人力资源开发利用，稳定劳动参与率，提高人力资源利用效率，将实施积极应对人口老龄化国家战略，推进基本养老服务体系建设，努力实现老有所养、老有所为、老有所乐，将更好统筹人口与经济社会资源环境的关系，优化人口结构，维护人口安全，促进人口高质量发展。女士们、先生们，中国愿同各国一道，致力于促进人口和可持续发展，进一步推动人的全面发展和社会全面进步，为推动构建人类命运共同体不懈努力。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate of China. Next on the list is the distinguished delegate from Vietnam, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Netherlands. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, I would like to express our strong support to the 7 APPC statement, which advanced ICPD principles within the context of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Over the past 20 years, Vietnam has taken innovative approaches to tackle inequalities, to bridge disparities in socio-economic status between regions, population groups. Vietnam has also reached the 100 million population milestone, indicating that citizens are living longer, healthier lives, and our maternal mortality ratio has decreased by 46 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2020, or decreased over 70% over 20 years. This gives us much to celebrate when reviewing our ICPD progress. Vietnam is also proactively responding to emerging issues such as population aging and our largest ever cohort of young people, as well as the threat of climate change that many of us are facing, to ensure that no one is left behind. The progress is achieving the 3 transformative results of maternal mortality, unmet need is left, of family planning, and ending gender-based violence in Vietnam has substantially contributed to the country's rapid development. We are currently implementing the socio-economic development strategies for the period 2021-2030 to achieve national targets on SDGs, as well as looking beyond to the post-2030 agenda. At this 7th IPPC, I reconfirm our support on 3 transformative results, in particular with the financial and technical support from international communities. We will take affirmative measures to, first, mobilize the national and subnational budget as well as other resources from development partners and the private sector to ensure sufficient financial for sexual and reproductive health and other ICPD priorities. Second, integrate a comprehensive package of SRHR intervention into national universal health coverage strategies, policies, and programs with high priorities for vulnerable population, persons with disabilities, and those affected by the impact of climate change and in humanitarian settings. Third, ensure that young people have access to age-appropriate information and services, including comprehensive sexuality education, with high priorities for vulnerable adolescents and youth. Fourth, end child marriages, sexual and gender-based violence, gender-biased sex selection, and all forms of discrimination against women, girls, and minoritized groups. Fifth, best utilize the opportunities of demographic dividend and effectively respond to and prepare for Vietnam's population aging process, taking full account of demographic analysis and population dynamics. And lastly, 6, to make the provision of quality data and its analysis a priority for achieving sustainable development and to support global efforts to counter the polarization of this important agenda to ensure we leave no one behind. The government of Vietnam will continue to fully engage with the UN system, especially our partnership with UNFPA and other valued development partners to realize SDG targets in population and development, sexual and reproductive health, gender equality, and youth development. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers of the 7th IPPC to continue to build the momentum of what we all agreed in Cairo 29 years ago. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, the distinguished delegates of Vietnam. The next speaker on the list is a distinguished delegate from the Netherlands, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Tuvalu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It was in Cairo in 1994 that we fully recognized that population is not about numbers, but about people. 30 years later, the Netherlands is still committed to the ICPD agenda. The agenda is still highly relevant. This year, the world population surpassed the 8 billion mark. We can only build a sustainable world when all 8 billion people can exercise their rights, their choices, and their responsibilities. And we are not there yet. During the UN ECE Regional PD agenda, the conference showed improvements in access to sexual and reproductive health information and services, but also stressed that certain groups are being left behind, while no one should be left behind. Speakers expressed concerns that many women, and especially those with a disability, are deprived of bodily autonomy. They lack agency to make choices about their bodies and futures. The celebration of 30 years of ICPD is a great moment to recommit to the rights-based approach to population dynamics and to make the link to sustainable development. Freedom of choice, access to comprehensive sexuality education, and the meaningful participation of young people are the keys to achieve the ICPD agenda. To address the gaps and the challenges we are facing, the starting point must always be the rights. The Netherlands is recommitting itself to the ICPD agenda, as well as the ministerial declaration now existing for 10 years. We look forward to continuing working in partnership with governments and civil society organizations in the region to advance these agendas. We also would like to congratulate ESCAP and UNFPA to use this conference as an opportunity for a constructive exchange on policy experiences in the region. We hope this week's discussion will lead to a renewed commitment to ICPD in the region and a good start for the ICPD plus 30 celebrations next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Next on the list is the distinguished delegates from Tuvalu, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegates from Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols are observed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to address this assembly on behalf of the government and the people of Tuvalu. Mr. Chair, for Tuvalu, population dynamics play a vital role in our sustainable development efforts. Tuvalu is characterized by a youthful population, and this presents both opportunities and challenges for decision makers. The challenges include an increased migration to the capital Funafuti, leaving the islands underpopulated. The lack of manpower and youths in the islands has resulted in outer island infrastructure development being stalled longer than necessary. The capital city is overcrowded, resulting in increased social challenges, which include teenage pregnancies, increased unemployment, unhealthy living habits, and a disconnection from the cultural values that are conducive to the peaceful enjoyment of collective living in Tuvalu. Accessing quality data to facilitate solutions to the challenges that Tuvalu is facing or for informing relevant policies is affected by the lack of quality data and in most cases the non-existence of data. Connectivity, whether in technology, maritime or air services, are additional challenges to Tuvalu. There are no domestic flights and boat travels between the islands takes days if there is a boat. Cargo boats visit monthly if the weather permits. The only high schools in the country do not have functioning science labs. Most development are effectively implemented on the capital island Funafuti, and this has caused a continuous influx of people to the capital and adding to the overcrowding and socio-economic issues. But besides the challenges, Tuvalu has seen an increased representation of women in leadership roles. There has been a decrease in neonatal mortality. There is increasing health assistance to address non-communicable diseases and setting up of inclusive learning centers, recognizing and supporting children with special abilities. Tuvalu also has a Tuvalu Overseas Medical Referral Scheme that guarantees equitable access of Tuvaluans to overseas medical health that is not available in Tuvalu. Excellencies, climate change poses an existential threat to Tuvalu, and the science of climate change shows that Tuvalu may be totally inundated in 50 to 100 years' time. However, the impact of sea level rise is affecting Tuvalu. It has been affecting Tuvalu and continues to affect Tuvalu and calls for immediate action. Beyond the physical implications of climate change disrupts traditional livelihoods such as fishing and agriculture, placing strain on the socio-economic fabric of Tuvaluan communities and making food security a core challenge for Tuvalu. The increased frequency and intensity of tropical cyclones amplify the risk of damage to infrastructure and homes in Tuvalu. Excellencies, where there is challenge, there is always opportunities. Leave no one behind is an opportunity for mankind on the national level to engage as a one person. Elders, youths, people with disabilities, special abilities, men and children, CSOs, to get together and to charter a future for tomorrow's children so the children can live in prosperity, peace, and harmony. On the international front, it is an opportunity for the UN and its constituent bodies to make a concerted effort to live and feel the lived experiences of Tuvalu, not by questionnaires or desktop reviews, not by appointing in-country focal points, but stationing fully resourced officers in our countries or increasing support for the regional organizations that are in the Pacific. An opportunity to get to know us as a person, not just as another statistics, for then you have already left Tuvalu behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates of Tuvalu. The next speaker on the list is the distinguished delegates from Timor-Leste, whom I now invite to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegate from Russian Federation, at the end of which I will call for the end of the morning session, ladies and gentlemen. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste has strong commitment towards the implementation of the Program of Action of International Conference on Population and Development 1994 and the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration 2013. The active participation from all state sovereign bodies, civil society, women and men, the youth, people with disability and different sexual orientations have significantly taken part in the process, contributing to the development of Timor-Leste. With a population of over 1 million, Timor-Leste believes that people is the core reason of all types of development programs. Thus, it is imperative of placing human rights at the center of its sustainable development goals. Since the inception of its independence, Timor-Leste had accomplished progress, namely significant improvements towards achieving universal health coverage, particularly by increasing the availability, accessibility, affordability, and quality of care at the primary health care level. Increase of life expectancy at birth by about 10 years from 2000 to 2016, reaching 68.9 years for male and 71.7 years for female, as a result of multi-sectoral national policies to promote access to quality prevention, treatment, care, and support for communicable and non-communicable diseases, reducing disparities and health status, mortality, and morbidity. Full immunization, coverage of children reaching nearly 100% at 2 years of age, and the decline of maternal mortality ratio from 745 deaths for every 100,000 live births in 2000 to 195 per 100,000 live births in 2016. Significant efforts towards reducing the unmet need for family planning, reducing maternal, newborn, and child mortality, and ensuring access to full range of safe, effective, and highly quality modern contraceptives of choice, including antenatal and postnatal care and prevention and treatment of HIV and other sexual transmitted infections. The decline of total fertility rate from 5.7% in 2010 to 4.2% in 2016. The increase in contraceptive prevalence rate from 22% to 26%, and the decrease in unmet need for family planning needs from 32% to 25%. Access to skilled birth attendants increased from 30% to 57%, and the under 5 mortality rates decreased from 64% to 41%. Significant strides towards achieving gender equality, with 38% of women participating in the political roles, including parliament and leadership positions. Lastly, several noteworthy success in the terms of creation of law enforcement in the areas of aging with the social security laws, such as non-contributive and contributive social scheme, in the areas of international migration and national migration law and asylum law, and in the areas of urbanization and the decentralization laws. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the above-mentioned achievement, enormous impediments remain existent. Mindful of multifaceted socioeconomic difficulties, Timor-Leste foresees challenges ahead of confronting it as a nation, which could potentially be engendered from illiteracy rate of 32% of young population aged 15 and above. Only 24% of children below 5 years of age have access to preschool education. Inadequate infrastructure conditions in the school posing significant barriers to quality education. 9.6% of youth in unemployment. Brain drain and the decreasing of workforce as more young people migrating overseas, including those affected by human trafficking. High rate of violence against women. Precisely 33% of women aged 15 to 49 experience sexual violence. Insufficient conditions to ensure a comprehensive family planning policy to prevent maternal and infant mortality and morbidity. Teenage pregnancy, as well as averting from HIV and STI infection, especially among the youth. High population density in the capital, affecting the conservation and sustainability of resources such as space, food, and water, as well as concerns of over-urbanization, posing obstacles to solid waste management. Insufficient and inefficient policies and programs for social protection, including for aging population. Obsolete 2014 data of 41.8% on poverty rates, and lack of reliable statistics on aging population mortality, international migration, preventing decision makers from making timely and relevant decisions in these critical areas. In light of this situation described above, and driven by moral obligation to overcome them, Timor-Leste reaffirms its commitment to revise the irrelevant related laws and strengthen the existing reliable ones, introduce corresponding mechanisms, improve and strengthen database system, conduct updated research to understand the status of key national development indicators, develop proper public policies inherent to the nature of each obstructive issue listed above, intensively raise awareness amongst population, allocate corresponding resources, and develop holistic approaches with the view of effectively responding to the above foreseeable challenges. To conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank UN ESCAP, UN specialized agencies for their continuing support and guidance. Timor-Leste is convinced that only through a spirit of global solidarity will help all parties overcome the challenges, thus accelerating progress towards achieving UN Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates from Timor-Leste. And the next speaker before the end of the morning session on my list is the distinguished delegate of Russian Federation, whom I now invite to take the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Российская Федерация твердо привержена Каирской программе действий в области народонаселения и развития. Несмотря на прошедшие 3 десятилетия, с момента ее принятия она в полной мере сохраняет свою актуальность и востребованность в качестве основополагающего ориентира для коллективных усилий международного сотрудничества по решению множества вопросов, касающихся проблематики народонаселения. Мы, разумеется, приветствуем прогресс в осуществлении целей установок, сформулированных по итогам Международной конференции по народонаселению и развитию 2019 года. А в то же время, как абсолютно правильно сформулировал представитель Нидерландов, народонаселение – это не про цифры, это про людей. И позитивные показатели сухого языка цифр не перекрывают остроты проблем бедности, которая столь же актуальна в связи с интенсивным ростом численности населения планеты, в связи с тем, что сохраняются модели неустойчивого производства и потребления. They are still prevailing, unfortunately. В целом, мировая ситуация в сфере народонаселения меняется за эти годы. Возникли новые вызовы. Во многих странах на первый план выходят такие тревожные факторы, как снижение рождаемости и старение населения. Нельзя также не упомянуть тему миграции, которая была и остается одной из наиболее актуальных для стран Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона с экономической, социальной точки зрения. Вот то, что мы сейчас отметили, считаем важным сохранять в качестве приоритетных направлений нашей совместной работы на площадке комиссии. У России в этих областях есть большой опыт. Мы готовы делиться им с заинтересованными странами. Делаем это в том числе уже сейчас посредством реализации в ESCAP профильных проектов техсодействия. Уважаемый господин председатель, отдельно хотели бы подчеркнуть следующее. Мы считаем принципиально важным работу ESCAP на треке народонаселения выстраивать в точном соответствии с Каирской программой действий, с опорой на концепции и подходы, имеющие консенсусное закрепление на площадке ООН. Отмечаем в этой связи, что в документах секретариата, подготовленных для нашей конференции, встречаются концептуальные формулировки, которые не закреплены в Каирской программе и не имеют консенсусного признания среди государств-членов. Вброс такого рода нарратива способен негативно повлиять на выстраивание сотрудничества на площадке ESCAP, на консолидацию усилий стран региона в решении вопросов народонаселения. В заключение, господин председатель, в своих подходах Российская Федерация руководствуется установкой на максимально полное использование потенциала ESCAP в целях продвижения ВТР сбалансированных подходов к определению ориентиров социальной политики включая политику по вопросам народонаселения, а также органичное встраивание работы комиссии на этом треке в реализацию повестки 2030. В целом, исходим из того, что залогом эффективности наших коллективных усилий должны оставаться уважительное отношение к специфике и национальным приоритетам стран, находящихся на разных стадиях демографического перехода, уважение к экономическим, культурологическим и религиозным особенностям государств-членов. Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates from the Russian Federation. Now, this brings us to the end of the proceeding for the morning session. And please note that agenda item 2 will continue in this afternoon session. And Her Excellency Ms. Lisa Grace Rosales, and the Secretary and Executive Director, Commission on Population and Development from the Philippines, and Vice Chair of the conference will guide the deliberations in the afternoon. And I now call on the Secretariat to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have a series of side events this afternoon that are scheduled from 12:30 to 1:45, and they're taking place on the same level as this conference room. The first side event is co-organized by the China Population Development Research Center, the China Family Planning Association, and the UNFPA China Country Office, and this will take place in CR4. In meeting room G, there will be a side event on understanding the challenges, opportunities, and best practices on the SRHR of women and LGBTQI, organized by ERO, Equal Asia Foundation, and others. In meeting room H, we will have a side event on population development outlooks and challenges in Southeast Asia, and this is organized by the National Population Family Planning Board of Indonesia, the Commission on Population Development of the Philippines, among others. As I said, all side events are taking place between 12:30 and 1:45, and please refer to the ESCAP meeting website to find the exact location. As I said, all side events taking place on the first floor. For lunch, we strongly encourage you to visit our international cafeteria, but especially during the next 3 days, we also invite you to visit the Deutung Festival on the ground floor. We will all meet again at 2 p.m. to resume the agenda item 2, and we would be grateful for your cooperation to make sure to keep to this schedule. Thank you.
Thank you to the Secretariat. On this note, I adjourn this morning, and we shall reconvene at 2 p.m. Bangkok time, sharp this afternoon. And this meeting is adjourned.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I trust you all enjoyed the side events over the lunch break. The meeting is called to order. May I reiterate what our chair said this morning? For country delegates to limit country statements to 4 minutes, and other delegates who will follow to 3 minutes. And we have about 23 countries lined up to give statements, and a number of CSOs and our international agencies also giving statements. So if you don't mind, I am going to give extra instruction over what our chair said. Any delegate that exceeds 5 minutes, I will already interrupt and will say, please give your last sentence. And any other delegates exceeding 4 minutes, I will also interrupt. So I am already warning everyone. I hope you don't mind. We all respect the country statements that you prepared, but again, there are about 23 country statements this afternoon and about 10 to 14 other statements. I believe everyone wants for us to end our afternoon session as scheduled. Thank you very much. So now we start with the country statements. I will, delegations present in the meeting room wishing to take the floor may do so by raising their nameplate. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Zoom may do so by pressing raise hand button. Conference room officers will take note of these requests and include them in the list of speakers. So I start now with the list of speakers that I have, and I will be calling on the distinguished delegate from Bhutan. After him will be the distinguished delegate from Thailand. May I now call on our distinguished delegate from Bhutan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, I bring to you warm greetings and best wishes for a successful conference from His Majesty the King, the people, and the government of Bhutan. At the outset, my delegation commends the governments of the Asia-Pacific region for the progress in the implementation of the APMD on population and development and the program of action of the ICPD. Notwithstanding the progress achieved, many challenges remain. Allow me to highlight Bhutan's key achievements and challenges and share lessons we have learned. Our investments, especially in primary health care, have significantly improved life expectancy as a result of reduced premature deaths due to non-communicable diseases, decline in mortality rates, access to sexual and reproductive health services, and the provision of safe drinking water and improved sanitation. National policies have been formulated to improve the well-being of mothers and children through conditional cash transfers, and for the elderly, as well as those with disabilities, diverse gender identities, and sexual orientations to enable them to pursue a dignified life. Through our health flagship project, we have achieved remarkable screening rates with 90% for high-risk HPV and 93% for breast cancer amongst women aged 30 to 65. Family planning services are available in every health facility in the country. All hospitals offer adolescent-friendly health services, including counseling on family planning, prevention of unwanted pregnancies, and practicing safe sex. A nation cannot fool herself into thinking of a bright future when she has not invested wisely in her children, was a clarion call by His Majesty the King to remind successive governments in Bhutan that our youth will always remain the most precious asset to fulfill our national aspirations. As such, education remains a top national priority. Over the last decade, we have focused on improving access to quality education for all, including through improved school infrastructure, according priority to special education needs, and expanding ECCD centers. The successful pilot of a comprehensive sexuality education program in 3 schools in 2022 has been scaled up to 173 schools this year. Enhancing TVET through skilling, reskilling, and upskilling programs, and transformation of the technical and tertiary education institutes are strategic priorities in the 13th plan. Furthermore, to address new and emerging social challenges of our youth, the PEMA Center and SELWA have been established under the patronage of Her Majesty the Queen to provide comprehensive services for substance abuse, mental health, and disabilities, amongst others. As one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, Bhutan continues to champion environmental friendly policies. We remain firmly committed to our unilateral pledge to remain carbon neutral in perpetuity. Bhutan has always accorded a high priority to promote gender equality. Bhutanese women continue to engage and take leadership roles in international forums on issues related to women. Most notably, Her Majesty the Queen Mother Sangye Chodron Wangchuk, UNFPA's Goodwill Ambassador in Bhutan, was awarded the individual laureate for the 2020 UN Population Award to recognize her outstanding contributions in raising awareness in reproductive and health issues. Former Minister of Health, Dr. Dichin Wangmo, served as the chair and vice chair of the 74th and 76th sessions of the World Health Assembly, respectively. Women's participation in the democratic process has remained consistent over the years, with women constituting close to 50% of total voters. As of September 2023, 15% of parliamentary seats were held by women and increased from 13.9% in 2008. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, despite the progress we have made, Bhutan has been grappling with its own share of challenges. Most recently, the global COVID-19 pandemic was a major disruption to our socio-economic development process. Expansion of urban infrastructure and services to address the challenges of rapid rural-urban migration, high vulnerability to climate change due to our reliance on climate-sensitive sectors, and a declining fertility rate are among other challenges we are grappling with. To address these challenges, we continue to mainstream population dynamics across various sectors. In conclusion, my delegation reaffirms our commitment to implement the APMD on population and development, as well as the program of action of the IPCD. Thank you, and Tashtilik.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Bhutan. I will now call on the distinguished delegate of Thailand, after which we will have the distinguished delegate of Tonga. Distinguished delegate of Thailand, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Since the International Conference on Population and Development held in Cairo, Egypt in year 1994, Thailand has achieved notable success in economic growth made by having the status of an upper middle income country in this year. The country also showed a significant increase in the Human Development Index, rising from 0.7 in 2014 to 0.8 in the last year, making Thailand a country with a very high human development. Thailand made a commitment at the Nairobi Summit, achieved substantial progress in the implementation of the 2013 agenda, and most of its SDG targets to the universal health coverage, sexual and reproductive health services had been widely covered at the sub-national level, ensuring no one is left behind, especially women and girls, as well as vulnerable groups. However, Thailand is experiencing a rapid demographic transition with a steady declining fertility rate of 1.3 in 2023, accompanied by a high dependency ratio. The younger working age population is more likely to stay single, delay marriage, postpone the age at which they first give birth, and have one or two children or none. Moreover, the population is aging at an accelerating rate. Due to this problem and the big challenges in Thailand, Thailand has to respond to the declining fertility rate. The current government has set the low fertility as a national agenda to promote a higher or to maintain the birth rate. where rights and choice of the women are the highest consideration. In the past 5 years, the country had invested in the improving health services, including sexual and reproductive health, health promotion, integrated and coverage of healthcare services for the elderly, and surveillance improvement of the physical as well as mental health problems. This promotion of the higher birth rate and the implementation of universal health coverage as a recommendation by all the ministries through the APPC or voluntary survey require the harmonization of data and coordination among responsibility line ministry. Stakeholders need to be equipped with the management and analysis skill. Moreover, decentralization of the policy planning, implementation, and resource mobilization with full and equipped engagement of the stakeholder at all the levels is essential to achieve the goal. With all the strategy and intervention together, will innovation, the Thai population will enjoy their life and become the quality, productive citizen to cherish the future of the country. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Sawadika, I would really like to thank our distinguished delegates from Bhutan and Thailand for sticking with our time limit. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Tonga, after which the distinguished delegate from Cook Islands on behalf of Pacific Islands will be giving their statement. Distinguished delegate from Tonga, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kingdom of Tonga, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the hosts and organizers of this conference. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to attend and represent the Kingdom of Tonga at this very important event. The national motto, God and Tonga are my inheritance, enshrines sustainable development as a way of life. Madam Chair, the Kingdom of Tonga would like to affirm its commitment to the 2013 Ministerial Declaration and Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development. Our national priorities, related ICPD priorities, and the 2030 Agenda reinforces Tonga's commitment to ensure the sustainability of the economy, strengthening resilience against the impact of climate change and natural disasters, improve the quality of services and affordability to the community, and to achieve progressive and sustainable economic growth. Tonga, with a population approximately 100,000, has experienced a decline in population over the past decade. This decline is attributed to a decrease in fertility rate, resulting in a negative annual population growth. The increase in outmigration also contributed to this trend. Significant progress has been made in relation to low maternal and child mortality, high literacy rate, and declining poverty rate, to highlight a few. Tonga recognizes the need for equal opportunities for all, including access to employment, political leadership, and social services, and our commitment for all men, women, and children to live in an environment free from all forms of violence and exploitation. Madam Chair, Tonga faces natural disaster of unprecedented severity and frequency, and has been ranked as the second most at-risk country in the world to natural disaster. According to the World Risk Report, all Tongans will forever recall the January 15, 2022 volcano eruption and tsunami that cut access to basic essentials for people and, sadly, loss of lives. Tonga is committed to reduce the risk and the harmful effects of natural disaster, particularly through risk-informed development effort by enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response. Although significant progress has been made, Tonga has one of the world's highest rates of non-communicable diseases globally. The NCT amount for approximately 80% of deaths in Tonga. Low contraceptive use, high unmet need for family planning, and high adolescent pregnancy are areas that needed accelerated attention and actions. Madam Chair, Tonga acknowledges that the journey is long, mindful of the capacity and resource constraints faced. However, we aim to achieve the national priorities, ICPT-related priorities, and the 2030 agenda through genuine and durable international and regional partnership with development partners, donors, and local stakeholders. I thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Tonga. I now call on the distinguished delegate from the Cook Islands who will be speaking on behalf of a number of countries of the Pacific Islands, and I will be relaxing the 4-minute limit. After the Cook Islands statement, I will be calling on the distinguished delegate of Niue. Distinguished delegate of Cook Islands, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Chair of the Pacific Island Forum, I have the honor to deliver these statements on behalf of Pacific Island countries and territories, specifically Cook Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Niue, Palau, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Papua New Guinea. I wish to begin by reaffirming the Pacific's unwavering commitment to the spirit and purpose of the 1994 ICPD Program of Action and the 2013 Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration. Pacific leaders are fully committed to ensuring the health and well-being of Pacific people, safeguarding their human rights and ensuring equity for all. In the face of a set of unique challenges, our leaders continue to envision a resilient Pacific as a region of peace, harmony, security, social inclusion, and prosperity where all Pacific peoples can lead free, healthy, and productive lives. This is clearly expressed in the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific and its implementation plan, recently endorsed by the leaders. This strategy, created by the Pacific for the Pacific, is people-centered and interconnected with priorities related to key areas of priority for the Blue Continent, such as political leadership and regionalism, peace and security, resource and sustainable economic development, climate change and disasters, ocean and environment, and technology and connectivity. It is important to note that the Pacific Island countries have made significant progress in implementing the ICPD Program of Action and the 2013 Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration. Of course, progress varies between countries, but it is encouraging to see how many of us have integrated and aligned population dynamics with our national sustainable development strategies and policies, including climate change, emergency responses and disaster preparedness, displacement, food security, environmental management, immigration, and seasonal work schemes. Some countries have national population policies and action plans that are multi-sectoral and cover reproductive health, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health policies. Others have covered areas such as poverty eradication and employment, health including reproductive and sexual health and rights, education, gender equality and women's empowerment, adolescent and young people, aging, international migration, urbanization, and internal migration, and data and statistics. We acknowledge that our Pacific progress has been supported by AUNFPA, Pacific Sub-Regional Office. We also acknowledge that some Pacific countries are working closely with our expertise and partners from civil society who hold a key role in contributing to national and regional progress and achievements. Chair, despite the tireless efforts to fully realize ICPD priorities, the policy directions and institutional measures in the Ministerial Declaration and the SDGs, we are faced with economic, social, cultural, and environmental challenges, in particular, increasing climate change impacts, which further increases the vulnerabilities of the Pacific and seriously jeopardize the full realization of the ICPD promises. Our Pacific people are facing severe development challenges, Our unique situation, one of diseconomies of scale in production and exchange of goods and services, remoteness from export markets, high vulnerability to external market shocks is not unknown to the world. The compounding impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing climate and disaster shock on Pacific Island countries will continue to pose major challenges for the region in the years ahead. Due to limited financial resources and capacity, the Pacific is also witnessing a disconnect between good data and information systems, policies, and their implementation. Not only do we require better access to reliable data as a region, we recognize the importance of our own knowledge systems and strive to lead on research from design through to implementation. We call upon the international community, in particular developed countries, international development partners, donors, and regional organizations to work closely with Pacific Island developing states in mobilizing resources to address all these development challenges. We call on you to pay attention to our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and its implementation plan as a clear guide to partner with our region so we can continue to prosper together, leaving no one behind. Madam Chair, time is of the essence. The health and well-being of the Pacific is inextricably linked to the 2030 Global Agenda and Plan of Action for People, Planet, and Prosperity. As we continue our deliberations over the next few days, let us work together as one global community, and together the impossible can be achieved. Atawai wolo demanek.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Cook Islands, speaking on behalf of the Pacific Islands countries. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Niue, who is online, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Distinguished delegate of Niue, please. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Thank you.
We must be innovative. Our unique heritage and have an innate resilience through necessity to meet today's challenges. Do not leave the Pacific behind. We must continue to advance and strengthen our health and education sectors for the world to protect and serve all of our people, to maintain our cultures and traditions that helped us through COVID and our increasingly high cost of living. Advanced STEM, vocational training, and innovative ways to combat NCDs, promoting peace and productivity to leave no one behind, particularly our most vulnerable in every sense of the word. No one will escape this climate emergency. Sea levels rise and threaten all of our food security, our maritime borders, our sovereignty. We all must do our part together. Strong regional and international partnerships with mutual understanding for mutual benefits will save us because we are in this together and we are as strong as our weakest link. It is all about us as people. Strong partnerships enabled my Niue to become a world leader. the first country in the world to fully implement open CRVS software at a national level, with support from the Pacific community, vital strategies, and Plan International Asia Pacific and ESCAP. Whakauele mahaki. Thank you so much. We have exceeded the 30 by 30 target already, and in September, our Premier, the Honourable Dalton Tangilangi, launched our Ocean Conservation Commitments Program, OCCs, to secure long-term protection of our waters. We can do more, but we need your help. Join us, prioritize us, and help us implement our needs, our priorities, our national strategic plans, our Pacific 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Help us keep our people home with sustainable population development through investment, innovation, and strong partnerships to build a strong and prosperous future. In 1914, our King Tungia said, "I am the island of Niue, a small child that stands up to help the kingdom of King George." 13 months later, 150 of our men, from a population estimated at 4,000 people, joined the First World War effort. Lest we forget, leave no one behind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Niue. I would like to give my appreciation at this moment for all the delegates for, speaking, giving the country statements within our time limit. I now call on the distinguished delegate of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, after which I will call on the distinguished, His Excellency, the Ambassador from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegate from the Republic of the Marshall Islands, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to congratulate you on your election as the chair of the 7th Asian Pacific Population Conference. I acknowledge the presence of distinguished ministers, esteemed partners from the UN, country representatives, and participants joining us in person and virtually. Yahweh and greetings to you all from the Marshall Islands. Our country statement is aligned with the Pacific Islands regional statement kindly delivered by the Pacific Cook Islands. But I take this opportunity to highlight our government's key achievements to date and outstanding challenges that continue to affect the population dynamic and socioeconomic position of the Marshall Islands. As we are at the halfway point of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and transition to the 13th anniversary of the ICPD Program of Action, the Republic of the Marshall Islands reaffirms its commitment to the spirit and purpose of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. My country faces a grave challenge of an underdeveloped human capital compounded by the effects of climate change and sea level rise, the lingering consequences of our nuclear legacy, the depopulation that affect the sustainable development of our nation. These are overarching issues for the past 4 decades since the inception of our nation. An apex planning document was needed to address the challenges and map out the future that we want for our country and our people. In 2019, our government adopted the recalibrated National Strategic Plan for the years 2020 and 2030, which is centered around building resilience in all dimensions to achieve sustainable, equitable, and measurable development reflecting the priorities and culture of the Marshallese people. The strategic plan is built on 5 pillars: social and culture, environment, climate change and resilience, infrastructure, economic development, governance. These 5 pillars and accompanying 24 strategic areas are in line with the ICPD Program of Action, the 2013 Ministerial Declaration, the 2030 Agenda, as well as the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific and Samoa Pathway. The Marshallese population is not at the optimal level of health required for a resilient and thriving country. A 2017 UNICEF health report showed that 1/3 of our children are malnourished and stunted. Radiogenic illnesses that stem from our nuclear legacy have caused our people to suffer from cancers, miscarriages, stunted growth, and deformities, to name a few. Similarly, the loss of land due to nuclear contamination and the effects of sea level rise has led to a displaced population and higher dependence on unhealthy imported foods, resulting in the prevalence of NCDs that is prematurely killing off and maiming our citizens. These factors weaken our population, making them vulnerable to disasters and pandemics. Health, education, and job opportunities are the leading reasons for out and rural to urban migration. Based on the most recent census, nearly half of the population resides in the United States. To address our underdeveloped human capital and depopulation, the Marshall Islands has invested in strengthening capacity through health, education, and programs that support marginalized communities, including women and girls and persons with disabilities. Underscoring the fact that the first 1,000 days of a person's life is critical to fostering a healthy individual, our government has implemented early childhood development programs. Outreach to mothers, families, and support for our youngest citizens have improved health and quality of life significantly. To meet the medical needs of our people, we have increased our hospital capacity to 200%, enhanced the strength and strengthened our healthcare workforce on infection prevention and control measures, as well as implemented special programs such as antimicrobial resistance surveillance. To add, we have made progress on SRHR training for our nurses and implementation of a comprehensive package of STI and cervical screening, family planning, and prenatal services. The RMI government recognizes education as the key for a resilient and competent human capital. Since 2013, we have adopted legislation, among other policies and programs, to strengthen education at all levels, including special education and technical vocational education and training. Furthermore, the government has incorporated nuclear legacy and climate change in our national curriculum to foster future leaders and champions who understand the plight of our people. Programs supported by development partners such as UNFPA's assistance in the RMI's drafting of youth policy and family life education program to teach our young to better citizens has allowed our country to fill gaping holes on the path towards a resilient future. Data and statistics are needed for data-driven policies, and it is a challenge that the RMI is not exempted from. However, we are addressing this through implementation of specific policies and programs to improve data collection, monitoring, and evaluation. This afternoon, I join our sister countries in calling to our development partners and aid donors to recommit their support in the areas of health, education, climate resiliency, women empowerment, and data statistics. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Marshall Islands. I now call on His Excellency, the distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Lao PDR. The distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Madam Sir. At the outset, on behalf of the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as chairman of the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference and express my confidence that this conference will bear good fruit under your able leadership. At the same time, my deep appreciation goes to the UN ESCAP Secretariat, as well as United Nations Population Fund for their efforts exerted for the successful opening of this conference. This conference is an event of deep significance that the countries in Asia-Pacific region exchange their successes and experiences achieved in population matters during last 10 years since the 6th Asian and Pacific Population Conference, and strengthen the cooperation for the population and socio-economic development in the region. For 30 years since the adoption of the Cairo Program of Action, the cognition, the concern about the population and development were raised on a worldwide scale, and the international society is paying much effort for the implementation of the strategic target set in the Cairo Program of Action. However, many challenges are still existing on the road ahead of mankind. Availing of this opportunity, Democratic People's Republic of Korea delegation would like to refer to some issues relating to intensifying world effort for implementing the Cairo Program of Action and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, it is essential to oppose all kinds of war maneuvers which bring about instability from all parts of the world, as well as threat the lives and development of mankind in pursuit of maintaining hegemony and to create peaceful environment. The current reality shows that the people's right to life as well as the socio-economic development are unable to be secured as far as the unilateral economic sanctions, blockades, disputes, and confrontations do not come to an end. Next, mutual cooperation between countries of the region should be strengthened in order to effectively cope with several main factors, such as severe natural disasters due to the climate change, pandemics, and economic insecurity, and etc., that affect badly on population dynamics. Along with this, the sovereignty and right to development of sovereign status should be respected. The true cooperative relationship must be established based on principle of equality and reciprocity, and common effort have to be paid for achieving development and prosperity in the region. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea government is pursuing popular policy for development of population, giving top priority to the dignity and right of the people, their requirements and interests. As a result, valuable fruition was achieved in securing the stabilized and qualitative increase of the population. Thanks to the socialist health system based on masses, the law on public health, the law on sex equality, the law on ensuring rights of women, the law on the care of the aged, the law on family, and etc. Health and rights of the women and aged people are being firmly guaranteed by legally and systematically. State investment to health sector is systematically increasing, and the constant introduction of the system of free medical care and the district medical care system results in keeping almost 100% of assistance rate at childbirth by health workers. In Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the literacy rate of population aged 10 years and older is 99.987% with a little difference by sex or region. This is the fruition of our state's superior policy on prioritizing the education, such as the universal 12-year compulsory education system. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea government is intensifying cooperation with other countries and international organizations by the activities of regularly submitting the reports of implementing the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Cairo Program of Action, the Ministerial Declaration of the Asia-Pacific Region Population Conference, and etc. Our government in the future too will make active contribution to the world efforts for the settlement of population issues by continuously developing the close cooperative relations with the countries in the Asia-Pacific region and the international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now call on the distinguished delegate of Lao PDR, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate of Samoa. Distinguished delegate from Lao PDR, please.
Your Excellency, Madam Chair and Vice Chairs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to congratulate the organizer for successfully holding this conference. On behalf of the government of Lao PDR, it is my great honor to share some of the key progress have been made in implementing ICPD POA. In 1994, the Lao PDR adopted the Program of Action at the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo. Since the adoption of the ICPD POA, Lao PDR has mainstreamed the POA into our National Development Plan, national policies, as well as we have made a significant progress in improving the well-being of the people, increasing family planning, uptake, skilled birth attendance, and primary school enrollment, as well as achieving a sustainable or significant decline in maternal mortality ratio, among others. However, we still face difficulties and challenges. On behalf of the government of Lao PDR, I am honored to reaffirm our continued commitment to further advance the implementation of the ICPD POA in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. Further, to recent National Conference on Population and Development held in October this year, the government of Lao PDR, with support from UNFPA and other development partners, has prioritized the strategic commitments to further accelerate the implementation of the ICPD POA as well as the human capital development. First, harnessing the democratic dividend by developing a multi-sectoral roadmap to accelerate the implementation of the National Population Development Policy through the integration into National Socio-Economic Development Plan, sectoral plan, and also subnational frameworks. Scaling up comprehensive sexuality education and reinvigorating the NOI framework and NOI ecosystem in partnership of regional and global development partners, prioritizing and integrating population dynamics and mega trends into midterm review of the existing 9 national plan for the period of 2021-2025 and the 10 plan for 2026 and 2030, establishing a national coordination committee on population and development. Second, addressing climate change challenges faced by health, protection, and others social sector areas by increasing investment to build a resilient health system, generating robust evidence and data focusing on the social and gender dimensions of climate change to inform the national strategies, national plans, and other action plans, establishing a dedicated framework of actors on climate change and women and girls' rights. Third, advancing people health and well-being, including their sexual and reproductive health and rights, by increasing investment in young population, family planning, and mobilizing partnership and resources for national family planning program, increasing investment in midwives regulation, association, and education, investing in youth-friendly health services inclusive of vulnerable groups. Fourth, strengthening the population data governance system and national monitoring framework for socio-economic development by prioritizing and ensuring the use of 2025 population and housing census and the surveys to inform the 10 national plan for 26 to 2030. Reinforcing the national administrative data governance system. Fifth, engaging and ensuring the use of own domestic resources and actors, including the private sector and civil society, in support of ushering the new technologies, innovation, and the benefits of scientific progress, promoting entrepreneurship and job creation to leave no one behind. As the Lao PDR will assume the ASEAN chairmanship in 2024, the government of Lao PDR will continue to build upon the past achievement of ASEAN community in advancing sustainable development and strengthening the ASEAN connectivity, resilience, and South-South cooperation, including the framework of the ICPD, POA, and SDGs. Once again, I would like to sincerely thank to the organizer, ESCAP, UNFPA, and Thailand for holding this very important conference. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to UNFPA and other development partners for continued support and assistance extended to the people and the government of Lao PDR. In conclusion, I would like to say that together, with close collaboration and strong partnership, we will be stronger and leave no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Lao PDR. I would like to again reiterate the request for us to give our country statement in 4 minutes. I now call on, I now call on the distinguished delegate of Samoa, after which the delegate from India. Distinguished delegate from Samoa, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and talofa lava. Samoa understands that population is not about the numbers. It's about the people behind the numbers. Therefore, we reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the program of action of the International Conference on Population and Development and the 2013 Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. We recognize the importance of sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights in universal health coverage. Samoa continues its efforts to strengthen youth access to SRH services in view of our adolescent birth rate stagnating in the last 15 years. As well, Samoa has pledged commitment to youth inclusion and participation in planning their health and well-being. There is continual political engagement and endorsement at the ministerial level on family life education curricula for use in both in-school and out-of-school settings. Gender inequality limits social progress, hinders social cohesion, and is a barrier to our economic growth. Aspirations towards a prosperous economy will never be realized without equal opportunities to all members of our society, especially the most vulnerable, including women, children, and people with disabilities. Gender-based violence is a persistent problem, with 52% women at the age group of 15 to 49 years in Samoa experiencing physical violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. Through the Spotlight Initiative, gender-based violence against women and girls is being addressed through multi-sectoral partnership efforts principally led with government support through various ministries, including health and sector responses. Our government has allocated funds towards addressing domestic violence for civil society organizations working in this space, in recognition of domestic violence as a social problem. To this end, Samoa's efforts to address GPV and harmonious communities are underpinned by the engagement of men and boys and community gatekeepers as agents of change in promoting gender equality and preventing gender-based violence. Climate change remains the biggest threat to human population. As a small island developing state with high vulnerability to the adverse impacts of climate change and natural disasters, Samoa believes in investing in community resilience, building for both pre- and post-disaster scenarios through capacity building and early warning systems. In response to the existential threat of climate change, Samoa wishes to solicit investments and accelerated action to progress the work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. Samoa reiterates the essence of the collection, availability, and use of high-quality disaggregated data on the impacts of disasters on vulnerable populations affected by natural disasters in order to effectively protect their rights and design tailored disaster preparedness and management response. Post-COVID social impacts assessments highlighted the situation of people living with disabilities and has resulted in the design and implementation of social protection measures, including the provisions of requisite services for people with disabilities and payment of monthly disability benefits. Overall, Samoa is committed to 3 zeros, namely zero unmet need for family planning, zero sexual gender-based violence, and zero preventable maternal deaths. We thank all of our development partners for the ongoing cooperation to ensure we deliver on these commitments, and together, with God's help, we can make a difference. Thank you, Soifua.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Samoa. I now call on the distinguished delegate from India, after which we will call on the distinguished delegate from Iran. Distinguished delegate from India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar from India. At the outset, I convey my appreciation to the ESCAP and UNFPA for organizing the 7th Asia and Pacific Population Conference and their sustained efforts on fostering the discourse on population and development in Asia and the Pacific. India believes that for a diverse region like Asia Pacific that houses 60% of the world's population, it is critical to synergize efforts for inclusive development that particularly takes care of poor and disadvantaged sections of our population. Being home to diverse geographies and cultures, India is seized of the fact that bodily autonomy, right-based sexual and reproductive health, and family planning play a critical role in driving inclusive growth and development. India has adopted a multi-pronged approach to address the issues that hinder inclusive growth and development, which have yielded positive results in the past few years. The Government of India recognizes the pivotal role of women in nation building and encourages women to participate in all spheres and issues. Women are equal partners and key actors for a strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth of the nation. They are central to achieving success vis-a-vis the three interconnected pillars of people, planet, and prosperity, and 2030 Agenda of the Sustainable Development and its goals, particularly SDG 5 on achieving gender equality. India has been one of the foremost countries in the world with a plan development through sustained family planning initiatives. This is evidence in a steadily declining fertility rate in India in the past 2 decades, from 2.5 in 2001 to 2.2 in 2011 and to 2.0 now, reducing further to 1.6 in urban areas. Maternal health remains one of the key priorities of the Government of India. We have consistently worked towards the elimination of maternal mortality and infant mortality. In the past decade, there has been a significant decline in the maternal mortality ratio in India. India is on its way to achieve the target of 3.1 of SDG focused on reducing maternal mortality ratio. To foster maternal health, the Government of India has put a robust frontline healthcare infrastructure in place, instituted through the Accredited Social Health Activist (ASA) program that has enabled sustained support for expectant mothers and the institutionalization of healthcare services, resulting in better health outcomes and increase in institutional births. Financial support has also been provided to more than 31 million expectant mothers with a total disbursement of more than $1.6 billion. I am happy to share that India has a landmark achievement in reduction of child mortality rates, wherein neonatal mortality has reduced to 24.9 1,000 live births. India has also made progress in reducing infant mortality that has significantly declined to 21 in 2020 from 44 in 2011. Closely linked to infant mortality are forms of gender-based violence that manifest against the girl child before and at birth. Under the umbrella scheme of Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, Save the Girl Child, Educate the Girl Child, the Government of India has targeted the root of this issue to prevent the elimination of female feticide through a multi-pronged approach of a stringent implementation of legal frameworks, behavioral change in the society towards the girl child, and financial support and incentives for the girl child. The concerted efforts of the Government of India have resulted in improvement of sex ratio at birth from 918 to 933 female per 1,000 males. I would like to share that recently adopted New Delhi Declaration under India's G20 presidency also emphasizes on the need for a transition from women development to women-led development and reaffirms its commitment to accelerate progress on the SDG and gender-inclusive climate action. Madam Chair, to facilitate the ease of living and climate resilience action of all sections of the population, especially noting the differential experiences faced by the rural, remote populations in challenging topographies such as hilly and coastal areas, forests and deserts, the Government of India has implemented several programs to provide access to clean cooking fuel to 9.6 million households, safe and potable tap water connections to 13 million households, and access to safe sanitation through construction of 112 million individual household toilets and over 640,000 community toilets across the country. This has also reduced time poverty and care burden on women and eliminated potential threats to their health and safety. Women-led self-help groups have taken on the responsibility of running and operation and maintenance of infrastructure at community level, making these projects sustainable. Finally, driving the discussion on gender-responsive climate action, the Government of India has set an ambitious target of achieving net zero by 2070 at COP26 in 2021. To this end, the government is investing in and foregrounding women in innovation for a just transition to a carbon neutral economy. To conclude, I reiterate the commitment of Government of India towards a right-based, inclusive, innovative and sustainable approach to population and development, and vitality of the platform provided through the Asia and Pacific Population Conference in collectively driving solutions for the people and the planet that leave no one behind in the path to sustainable development. I firmly believe that deliberations held during this conference will definitely lead to a gender-responsive, climate-smart outcomes for all sections of the society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from India. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Iran, His Excellency, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea. Distinguished delegate from Iran, please.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Iran's fertility rate and age structure have undergone significant changes over time. The fertility rate has deviated from initial projections with a notable decrease from 6.5 children in the 1980s to approximately 1.6 in 2022. Despite the spirit of the Cairo Conference, from 2014, Iran has adopted a policy aimed at increasing fertility rate through offering financial and regulatory incentives in order to address its aging population. We anticipate this approach will be well received by this conference. The life expectancy at birth has increased from 55 years in 1976 to 76 years in 2021. The neonatal mortality rate has decreased from 32 per 1,000 live births in 1974 to 8.3 in 2022, and the maternal mortality rate has reduced from 245 per 100,000 live births in 1974 to 23.7 in 2022. Dear colleagues, most of these services are delivered through the primary health care system and are either free or affordable. Some of the most important services are free prenatal and postnatal care services, prevention and early diagnosis of fertility integrated into the health system, full coverage of infertility treatment insurance in referral systems. In addition to the above-mentioned measures, I can also refer to the following policies adopted by the government. Payment of the cash subsidy to 79 million people of the country, adoption policies aimed at the eradication of poverty and reduction of economic inequalities, empowerment of the population, especially women, youth, and people in vulnerable situations. Madam Chair, the unlawful unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States have effectively blocked our access to life-saving medicine and medical equipment, among others, thus impeding our national health initiatives. These measures should be rejected by the international community. Madam Chair, appreciating the Secretariat of ESCAP for presenting relevant documents of the conference, we believe that the utilization of some controversial and non-consensus terms in those reports is not acceptable. Based on that, my delegation disassociates itself from the conference to these controversial phrases related to sexuality and gender. My delegation would also like to reiterate that on the issues related to women, population, and development, the Islamic Republic of Iran acts solely based on its own national laws, legislation, and policies. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end by strongly condemning the heinous genocidal atrocities committed by Israeli regime against the civilian populations, including innocent children, women, and the elderly in the occupied Palestine. The United Nations must put an immediate stop to this unjustifiable and unacceptable situation and compel the Israeli regime to cease immediately and completely all its crimes against Palestinians. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Iran. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom. Distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Papua New Guinea has a unique population composition, a very young population where half of the population is aged around or below 21 years. PNG's population is foreseen to remain young until the next 2 to 3 decades, as reflected in the population projections for the country launched a month ago. Through investment in the quality of our human capital, especially our young girls and boys, we will not only accelerate the achievement of our development aspirations soonest, but also improve the future of our succeeding generations in Papua New Guinea. This is why investment in our youth, specifically on the health, education, employment, empowerment, will enable Papua New Guinea to reap the benefits and the demographic dividends, which is an overarching framework of our medium-term development plan number 4. Papua New Guinea, the population projections for Papua New Guinea also estimated that the population of Papua New Guinea in 2050 will reach 21.7 million from 12.9 million in the current year. With this expected trend of population growth in PNG, indeed there is a need for well-planned and well-implemented population policies. In PNG, the main driver of population growth is still the high fertility rate. I am pleased to share, Honorable Chair or Madam Chair, that PNG is now reviewing its national population policy, which is anchored on the ICPD in 1994, where PNG was among the 179 countries that ratified the ICDP plan of action. The good news is that Papua New Guinea now has the population data for critical planning, where it was not previously readily available. Population information we have include the 2024 to 2050 population projections for the country, and we expect that the national transfer accounts estimates for PNG that measure how people at each age produce, consume, and share resources and save for the future will be available before the end of this year. Madam Chair, on the issue of gender equality and respect for women are much ingrained in the PNG Constitution. We have established programs for men and boys to return to PNG's basic values and refrain from inflicting all forms of gender-based violence and harmful practices against women and girls. Gender-based violence remains a top priority for the country of Papua New Guinea and has established a bipartisan permanent parliamentary committee to seriously address better protection of our women and girls and give them fair and just opportunities to reach their full potential. Papua New Guinea also recognizes the need to reduce preventable maternal deaths in the country, since we have one of the highest preventable maternal mortality rates globally. Given that PNG believes that women should not die given life, we support the provision of timely and quality emergency obstetric and newborn care, skilled attendants at birth and planned families. For the first time in our country, we have a separate chapter for population, youth, and women empowerment in the Medium-Term Development Plan number 4. The plan also supports the importance of having better quality, disaggregated, and geo-referenced data to inform effective policy making and decision making. Madam Chair, I would like to reiterate the message that we delivered in the 2022 General Assembly. For the next 5 years, Papua New Guinea will continue to build a resilient and diversified economy, invest in high-quality economic and social infrastructure, ensure fair and equitable natural resources development, address business and investment confidences, strengthen the rule of law and domestic security, deliver quality education and health to all, and strengthen the institution of state, including governance. We will use modern, clean, green technology in our industrialization effort so as not to compromise our country's rich biodiversity and our pristine natural environment. Let me conclude by thanking you, Madam Chair, and this body for this speaking opportunity in this 7th session of the Asia and the Pacific Population Conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. Distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Let me begin by thanking ESCAP and UNFPA for their work in organising this commission and for all the extensive preparatory work in compiling the evidence-based reports and convening stakeholder consultations in advance. As we've heard at many points today, Asia and Pacific is home to 60% of the world's population. The region is particularly susceptible to climate change, and the challenges we face here, many of them know no boundaries. What happens here matters globally. The 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development is an opportunity for us all to come together and reflect on and celebrate the global progress made on access to quality education, comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights, universal health coverage, and sustainable development. Sustainable and equitable development can only be realised when all women and girls have their human rights respected, protected, and fulfilled, and when no one is left behind. This includes targeting rural communities, persons with disabilities, LGBT+ people, and those facing multiple layers of discrimination. The UK is proud to support comprehensive sexual reproductive health and rights for women, adolescents, and girls. This year alone, we've provided UNFPA Supplies Partnership with nearly $74 million worth of contribution to finance contraceptives and provide technical assistance to strengthen health systems across the world, including here in Asia Pacific. The United Kingdom stands behind the 2013 Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development in protecting the fundamental freedoms for all and addressing the root causes of poverty. We stand boldly beside others in Asia Pacific who are striving to ensure that by 2030, all women and adolescents have agency over their own lives and futures and control over their own bodies, and are able to make fully informed choices on having children and give birth safely, free from coercion and violence. Chairs, Excellencies, as we've heard today, the global context we find ourselves in compared to 30 years ago is fundamentally different. Whilst the general global trend has been positive, we have to address head-on the challenges that we are experiencing. We face an emboldened global anti-rights movement, putting at risk women and girls' life-saving access to comprehensive SRHR, including quality contraception, education, and life-saving maternal health services. This is further compounded by the devastating legacy of the pandemic and by other legal and socioeconomic barriers that women, adolescents, and girls are facing. The pandemic brought to light the increased burden of unpaid care and underscored the urgent need to focus more on equality. Conflict, crises, and climate change are among those universal challenges where women and girls continue to be disproportionately impacted. We have a duty to collectively stand up to these universal challenges and ensure that women and girls around the world can enjoy their human rights and have agency over their own body. Whilst we have not achieved the full ambitions agreed in the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development, there is much to celebrate, much of which we've heard great examples of today. There has been a decline in child marriage in most geographical subregions in Asia and the Pacific. We've seen considerable progress in areas of family planning and not just in middle-income countries. We saw social protection measures, particularly during the pandemic, prove themselves valuable and demonstrate key lessons that the UK can learn from, and we hope to hear more of in the coming days, such as good examples in the region of gender-responsive measures, for example in Thailand, where we saw informal workers registered, or where we've seen examples of multiple crises addressed at once. Thank you to ESCAP and UNFPA for maintaining and creating additional space for civil society and youth activists in advance of today. We will use our platforms to champion their needs, listen to their voices, and create space for young people's leadership. The achievement of many of the SDGs and the realization of the demographic dividend relies on investing in young people and addressing their aspirations early on. I'm inspired by the progress and commitment from those in the room today. Together, we must maintain a strong focus on coordinated global action to support the most vulnerable. As we look forward to the Summit for the Future and for ICPD plus 30 next year, we look forward to working with partners across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Vanuatu. Distinguished delegate from Bangladesh, please.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. It's my privilege to provide an overview of Bangladesh's progress on population and development issues since the 6th APPC. Several strategic interventions coupled with ICPD Program of Action and SDGs have contributed so far to achieve the 2013 APMD on population and development, which resulted in reasonable improvement on a couple of the socio-economic indicators of Bangladesh. We are cognizant of the need for continued effort to ensure that these achievements accrue benefit to all Bangladeshis equally. We are proud to have witnessed a steadily declining poverty rate even in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. Bangladesh has achieved important successes in the health sector, including in SRHR. The fertility rate is near replacement level and life expectancy stands at present 72.4 years. Other indicators have also improved. For instance, skilled assistant delivery has increased, contributing to reduced maternal mortality and also under 5 mortality. A strong perpetual effort has been made to reduce the unmet need for family planning, eliminating child marriage and reducing adolescent fertility. The UHC index of essential health services has also improved substantially. The adult literacy rate has increased to 76.8%, while gender parity is achieved at primary and secondary education level and pretty much closer to the tertiary level. Female labor force participation increased to 42.8% at present. Bangladesh is at the moment having its demographic window of opportunity and putting efforts to fight the challenges of ensuring adequate investment in education, health, and decent jobs to leverage the potential of its youthful population. However, the proportion of older people is also rising, posing emerging challenges around aging and social security. The government is accelerating institutional reforms and ensure healthy aging so as to benefit from the second demographic dividend. The government is also going to enact acts on migration, governance and welfare while introducing mandatory insurance coverage and ensuring migrant rights. Madam Chair, the government of Bangladesh has taken action to prevent and respond to gender-based violence and to end child marriage and other harmful practices. Bangladesh's climate vulnerability is leading to a high rate of displacement, which often we dubbed as climate refugee, and the proliferation of informal settlements. Women, girls, and marginalized communities are disproportionately affected as a consequence. Besides, Bangladesh is hosting about 1 million forcefully displaced Myanmar nationals. The country needs continuous support from the international community to address these challenges. Bangladesh is committed to increase meaningful engagement of youth and civil society actors to enrich its mission to achieve the 3 zeros. First zero is unmet need of contraception. Second zero is gender-based violence. And third is maternal mortality by 2030. Chair, Bangladesh is on track to graduate from the United Nations least developed country status by 2026. LDC graduation also brings some additional challenges. We are working to overcome those challenges by adopting more innovative approaches, mobilizing internal resources, and having partnerships with the private sector to advance the country's population and development agenda and achieving sustainable development and ICPD goals. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Vanuatu, after which I will call the distinguished delegate from Fiji. Distinguished delegate from Vanuatu, please.
Your Excellency, Madam Chair, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Vanuatu, allow me to convey our gratitude to the commitment of ESCAP, UNFPA, and Thailand in organizing the 7th Asia and Pacific Population Conference. We recognize the relevance and reaffirm our commitment to this conference. The ICPD and POA calls for a holistic implementation. Progress and challenges still call for strategic and sustained interventions and continued international cooperation to fulfill the promise of ICPD and the aspirational goals of the 2030 Development Agenda. Our National Sustainable Development Plan 2030 is the paramount and foundational policy for all development in Vanuatu. Likewise, it reflects the core area of the ICPD and the commitment of the 6th APPC. Vanuatu recognizes the importance of human and financial investments for development to work towards addressing the existing gaps. In this light, Vanuatu stands committed to uphold the Moana Declaration and the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Madam Chair, urban poverty and high youth unemployment is an urgent concern. Vanuatu is committed and will need support to invest in education and to drive the expansion of SMEs to generate income and promote entrepreneurship, particularly amongst youth and women, in recalling its commitment to the Samoa Pathway. The health system faces significant challenges in balancing increasing demands and shifting priorities in its pursuit of universal health coverage. Disruptions caused by limiting resources, natural disasters, and disease outbreaks continue to place a burden on the health system. Contraceptive prevalence rate for modern method is low at 48%. Unmet need for modern contraceptives remain high at 24%. Maternal, infant, and neonatal deaths and stunting in children under 5 still exists. We remain committed to ensuring access to sexual and reproductive health rights for all our peoples without discrimination. Madam Chair, Vanuatu's low literacy rate and structural inequalities undermine equitable and sustainable development. GBV is a serious and widespread problem in Vanuatu. 3 in 5 women in a relationship have experienced either physical or sexual or both by abuse or by a husband or intimate partner. The government has prioritized gender equality and prevention of GBV, but needs continued support from all partners to fully implement programs and monitor policy objectives articulated in the National Gender Equality Policy and the Family Protection Act. Young people under the age of 24 years account for 57% of the total population in Vanuatu. We are seeing a steady adolescent birth rate of 81 per 10,000. However, we are committed to creating opportunities for young people through instruments like the Youth Act and the Ramaka Policy. Madam Chair, there are challenges in data collection, but we remain committed to improve its coordination across the statistical system to improve the availability of timely, reliable, and high-quality statistics. Vanuatu is known as the world's most at-risk country for natural disasters. COVID-19 has also impacted the country socially and economically. We recognize that the risk of future pandemics and disasters will remain a threat to the country's sustainable development. The Vanuatu CCDRR policy, for instance, is aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Pacific's Kaila Declaration. Madam, in conclusion, despite our gaps and challenges, my delegation will remain committed in the ICPD agenda and the 7th APPC, and it supports the Vanuatu as it supports the Vanuatu NSTB 2030. Likewise, we reaffirm our alignment to the regional statement that was presented by Cook Islands earlier this afternoon. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Vanuatu. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Fiji, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Australia. Distinguished delegate from Fiji, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, Bula Vinaka. Madam Chair, Fiji aligns itself with the statement delivered earlier by the Cook Islands for the Pacific Island countries and territories. The 2050 Blue Strategy for the Pacific calls for the region to move beyond business as usual by strengthening inclusion and leave no one behind for inclusive participation, equal access, and rights and justice and resources. Climate change is the Pacific's single greatest threat to our livelihoods, security, social development, and well-being. In addition to the devastating impacts of COVID-19, which we are still recovering from, our island communities stand on the front line battling the impact of climate change every day. The Pacific community is resilient in nature. However, the enormity of this challenge threatens our security and livelihoods and the traditional social norms and systems that bind us. Madam Chair, for Fiji, implementing the program of action of the ICPD is a priority to ensure that our development is inclusive and people-centered. It is on this principle that Fiji is developing its national population policy, one that is people-centered, rights-based, multi-sectoral, and forward-looking. This work is carried out concurrently with the review of social policies and social assistance programs and legislations, and these documents and policies need to be more relevant to reflect current trends and needs in society. We continue to suffer from diseconomies of scale in production and exchange of goods and services, remoteness from export markets, high vulnerability to external market shocks, and increasing susceptibility to natural disasters and climate change. Fiji's National Employment Policy of 2018 was lodged to especially cater for the nation's young growing labor force, which coincided with the establishment of the National Coordinating Body for Poverty Alleviation. Furthermore, Fiji places great importance on collaborating more with the private sector, CSOs, development partners, and engages consistently with the Pacific Disability Forum to advance the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities. We recognize that in times of crisis, the burden often falls disproportionately on women and people with disabilities. We are fortunate that our UN partners are focusing on their inclusion, aiming not only to protect their livelihoods, but also to promote gender equality and social inclusion. Madam Chair, essentially data and information carry powerful and convincing justifications to make real change in the lives of every Fijian. We need to bring data into evidence-based policymaking and development planning. Good administrative records and vital statistics will produce data that can be analyzed and used to formulate policies and track the success of development initiatives. Furthermore, access to relevant socio-demographic information at decentralized levels takes us a step closer to impacting the lives of those in the communities and far-to-reach areas. Technology for geo-reference information systems and planning human resources for managing these data systems and the understanding of population dynamics are determinants of the scale, evolution, and spatial distribution of the demand for social services and humanitarian response efforts. Fiji's 2013 Constitution stipulated rights to education, access to healthcare, housing and sanitation, reasonable access to transportation, food security and safe water, and social security schemes. It also articulates specific rights to persons with disabilities and to all children. It provides for greater civil and political rights to youths by reducing the voting age from 21 to 18 years, ensuring they have a say in Fiji's political life. Furthermore, it outlaws any form of discrimination based on sex and gender. Fiji's coalition government came into power in December 2022, and since then has been committed to ensuring that Fijians are provided with all the necessary tools to combat climate change and natural disasters. easy access to education and healthcare, and ensuring that the rights of all individuals, despite their sex, race, and religion, are protected. Fiji is committed to regional solidarity because we need a united Pacific to address new challenges in the region, such as geostrategic competition, climate change, and solutions to our unique challenges of smallness, geographic distance from major markets, and narrow economic base. More than ever, the value of national population policies is imminent to tailor strategic policy responses to these persistent and emerging population and development challenges. Madam Chair, as we move forward, we call upon global leaders, development partners, and donors. Let us work together to create economic conditions in which everyone has a chance to thrive and realize their potential. Fiji is proud to be part of this noble mission, and we look forward to the positive change that lies ahead. Vinaka Vakalevu, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Fiji. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Australia, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the United States of America. Distinguished delegate from Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to start by expressing Australia's appreciation to the Government of Thailand for hosting this conference and to ESCAP and UNFPA for convening this important conference. Your work remains central to driving a better future for all. The ministerial declaration that we jointly adopted at the 2013 Asian and Pacific Population Conference was inspirational, pushing us forward, helping to make our people and countries stronger. This process, which also stands as a regional review of ICPD, is critical to guiding continued progress on issues of fundamental importance that lay at the heart of both documents: better health, sustainable development, the realisation of universal human rights for all, and shared stability and prosperity. And we really value the contribution this conference can make to ICPD's 30th anniversary and a successful 2024 CPD by sharing successes and identifying areas for increased action. While much has been achieved, there is still more to be done to fully realise the ICPD Programme of Action and agreed follow-up actions. And while ICPD remains the anchor, we need to shape a progressive forward agenda for our region that is fit for purpose in changing circumstances. As we've heard today, globally and in our region, we have our largest ever cohort of young people, and some countries will soon have their largest cohort of working age people. And if their health, education, empowerment and human rights are fully realised now, they would represent extraordinary human capital capable of driving economic and social transformation and resulting in accelerated inclusive development. Full implementation of the ICPD and the 2013 Declaration will help ensure we fully meet the needs of our populations through lives saved and strengthened, improved holistic education, enabling people to make informed decisions regarding their own bodies and protecting their health, reduced health costs and economic losses due to ill health, and full equality for women and girls with safer, better lives. Recently, Australia has established a number of initiatives to further realise the Declaration and the ICPD. This includes an Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee to provide independent advice to government before every budget on economic inclusion and tackling disadvantage, a National Women's Health Strategy 2020 to 2030, which sets out an inclusive national approach to improving health outcomes for all women and girls and reducing inequities. And this acknowledges that good sexual and reproductive health is fundamental to overall health across every life stage and seeks to improve access to services, information and education. We're also developing a national strategy to achieve gender equality to guide whole of community action to make Australia a gender equal country, and development of a new international gender equality strategy to guide our development, humanitarian, trade and security efforts. This year, we released Australia's international development policy with economic growth, climate change, gender equality, social inclusion and disability equity at its heart. And we have increased our international development investments to sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender equality, combating gender-based violence and harmful practices. And this includes a $54 million investment to improve access to sexual and reproductive health services and information, reaching nearly 40 million people in 22 Asia-Pacific countries. In partnership with Pacific governments and UNFPA, a $30 million investment from 2018 to 2023 to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights for all, and we're building on that investment now. An ongoing support to UNFPA's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls initiative. Australia remains committed to the full realisation of the 2013 Declaration, the ICPD, its reviews and related Agenda 2030 targets, and the commitment to the region. This makes a profound contribution to all dimensions of human development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Australia. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the United States of America, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Palau. Distinguished delegate from the United States of America, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States is pleased to join the regional review of implementation of the ICPD Program of Action and to recognize the essential contribution of the Asia and Pacific Ministerial Declaration to advancing sexual reproductive health and rights for all. The history of advancing SRHR in Asia and the Pacific reflects unique country experiences and achievements which have benefited from robust dialogue, shared commitments, and social transformations. At the same time, we recognize that ESCAP's review illustrates the disparities that persist in the region, particularly for youth, marginalized and vulnerable populations, and refugees. More than 60% of the world's youth live in the Asia-Pacific region. However, unmet need for contraception remains high among adolescents and youth in countries where the average age of marriage is low and gender inequality is high. Our partnerships in the region have sought to positively transform lives around the world through robust global health and family planning assistance. Our commitment to invest in high-quality, client-centered sexual and reproductive health services for those greatest in need can lead to improvement in women's health and well-being, promote gender equality, and give women greater control over their bodies and their lives. Leaving no one behind must include reaching women and girls in all their diversity in humanitarian settings. While more than 25 countries in the region are on track to achieve SDG Target 3.1 on maternal mortality, numerous countries still have maternal mortality ratios well over double the target, most notably Afghanistan. Recognizing the global burden of maternal mortality in fragile and conflict-affected settings, the United States continues to provide humanitarian assistance focused on sexual, reproductive, and maternal health, and the prevention of gender-based violence in numerous settings throughout the region. The global ICPD Plus 30 review enables all of us to collectively deliberate on our progress, current gaps, and the work that remains. In the United States, we recognize that we continue to grapple with a long-standing maternal health crisis where Black and American, Indian, Alaska Native women, regardless of income or education, experience a greater share of grave maternal health outcomes. The loss of decision-making about health and bodily autonomy has further intensified the chilling effect on equitable access to high-quality sexual, reproductive, and maternal health services. We must work to reach all persons, especially those facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, including youth, adolescents, persons with disabilities, Indigenous peoples, and LGBTQI+ persons, and to strive for gender equality in all spheres of society. Together, this is how we will chart a bold path ahead to address the unfinished agenda of ICPD and advance sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the United States of America. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Palau, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Kiribati. May I call now on the distinguished delegate from Palau?
Madam Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to extend our warm greetings and alay from Palau. We appreciate the honor to participate in the APPC7. As Palau takes the stage for the first time, we extend our warmest congratulations to you, Madam Chair, on your well-deserved appointment. To commence our proceedings, I wish to reiterate Palau's unwavering commitment and endorsement of the principles enshrined in the 1994 ICPD Program of Action and the 2013 Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration. Chair, in our connected world, Characterized by nations grappling with multitude of pressing challenges, it is evident that we are woven into a complex web of crises that cuts across all sectors. Our concerns include health, the vulnerability of our remote islands to climate change, migration patterns, and so much more. Palau, with only population of 20,000, is experiencing a significant decline in birth rates, with an average of just 211 birth rates over the last 5 years. And in 2022, this trend reached disheartening low with only 155 live births recorded, marking the lowest figure in a decade. The Palau government has recently initiated a groundbreaking child subsidy program designed to support low-income families, potentially offering a solution to this pressing concern. In the realm of youth, Palau has witnessed a concerning decrease of approximately 28.1% in its youth population. A particularly alarming issue is on the soaring rate of obesity among Palau's youth population, staggering at 62%. This distressing prevalence can be partly attributed to the limited availability of healthy food options, as many young Palauans struggle to afford nutritious, healthy meals. Moreover, this challenge is exacerbated by the significant disparity between the cost of living and the climate change issues, leading to what some call brain drain or outmigration. If left unchecked, this trend could have far-reaching implications for Palau's overall development. In response to the pressing need, the Palauan government has taken a proactive step by implementing policy which earmarks 10% of the revenue generated from the alcohol and tobacco taxes to support the prevention of NCD and promote public health. Additionally, aligning with the Palau National Youth Policy for 2023 to 2027, which emphasized the National Youth Action Plan, which only lays out specific actions for responsible agencies, but also establishes a monitoring framework to track progress. Finally, because of our limited resources and capacity, we acknowledge the limited data statistics availability to provide a comprehensive understanding of the challenges we've outlined today. Despite these challenges, our dedication remains unwavering. We are committed to expanding innovative approaches, including the integration of new technologies to fortify our statistical system's longevity. In closing, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the APP7 organizers and the Thai government for convening this essential conference, providing a platform for dialogue, knowledge exchange, and collaboration. I shall conclude my remarks here, and I thank you, Ms. Ulang and Kapunka.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Palau. I would like to thank all delegates for keeping country statements as much as possible within our 4 minutes limit. I was informed the Secretariat we're doing well. I would now like to call on the distinguished delegate from Kiribati, and then after which I will call the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka. Distinguished delegate from Kiribati, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in the name of the Living God, I extend cordial greetings on behalf of the government and people of Kiribati. This statement aligns with the sentiment conveyed by Cook Islands on behalf of the Pacific Small Island State. Madam Chair, allow me to begin by reiterating and reaffirming Kiribati's unwavering commitment and support to the spirit and purpose of the International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action, including the guiding principles outlined in the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration. As one of the smallest and most isolated ESCAP member states, Kiribati relentlessly endeavors to realize the promises and full potential encapsulated in the ICPD Program of Action, the Ministerial Declaration, and the post-2030 agenda. Our efforts, however, often face setbacks due to the daunting challenges we confront. The adverse impact of climate change poses a severe threat to Kiribatis human development, dictating the pace of our implementation effort. Climate change indeed has become an existential threat that permeates every facet of our daily lives, compelling us to seek solutions for predicaments not of our making. The COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated our challenges, diverting the government's attention to the immediate crisis. Despite assistance received, it was insufficient to fully address the indirect damage caused, impacting our health facilities and services. Kiribati is confronted with the complex issues of brain drain, migration and high turnover of workers for various reasons. This migration negatively impacts our population growth and human sustainability, as many Kiribatis seek opportunities abroad for reasons such as work security, health concerns, inadequate local infrastructure, and the desire for a secure future for their families. The lack of government initiative also contributes to this challenge. Madam Chair, while we wish to delve deeper into our challenges, the constraint of time compels us to succinct. In the spirit of today's meeting, let me share some of the progress made by Kiribati in realizing the full potential of the ICPD Program of Action and the Ministerial Declaration within the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. Kiribati boasts a rich and robust culture, tradition, and religion. While assessing sexual and reproductive health and rights services poses challenges, the government adopted guidelines in early 2023 to facilitate access. These guidelines empower our frontline workers through comprehensive training to provide essential services to our communities, leaving no one behind. To address gaps and enhance services, Kiribati conducted a survey on health facilities and readiness service assessment. The findings underscored the need to increase the availability of integrated maternal and reproductive health services in line with global standards. This survey identified the imperative for specific training to equip our health workers associated with SRHR with enhanced skills, knowledge, and capacity in this field. Furthermore, Kiribati has enacted reproductive maternal newborn child and adolescent health policies, fostering a collective approach to address challenges associated with adolescent health, reproductive health, newborns, and maternal well-being. While this marks a positive stride, we acknowledge that more work is needed. In 2018, Kiribati introduced family life education for pre-service and in-service teachers, enhancing their capacity and competencies in delivering quality training. This initiative, welcomed by the Ministry of Education, signifies a pivotal step in the right direction. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Kiribati remains steadfast in its commitment to advancing the course of the ICPD Program of Action, the Ministerial Declaration, and the broader SDGs. We look forward to collaborative efforts and the shared commitment of this esteemed assembly to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. I thank you and bestow upon you all the Kiribati blessings, the Maori te roi te tapomoa, which is health, peace, and prosperity.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Kiribati. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka and then distinguished delegate from Pakistan. Distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka, please.
Aiban, Honorable Chair, and all the excellencies and the distinguished delegates, allow me to congratulate the new chair and the officers of the 7th Asian Pacific Population Conference on your election to this important conference. I wish to extend my delegation's fullest support to a fruitful outcome to the deliberations. The 7th APPC comes at a critical juncture as we approach 30th anniversary of the ICPD Program of Action and leads toward the summit of the future. Amidst the changes that have taken place over the last 29 years, we have made significant progress towards achieving ICPD POA. Honorable Chair, Sri Lanka has universal health care system that provides free health care to its citizens. A wide range of preventive, curative, rehabilitative services are provided through an extensive network of health institutions with a hospital accessibility every 4 kilometers. As a result, we have one of the highest life expectancy rates in the region. Sri Lanka has made great strides in improving maternal and child health. 99% of births are attended by skilled persons. As a result, the maternal mortality ratio is 29.5% per 100,000 live births, and the infant mortality rate is 10.1% per 1,000 live births. The achievements in reducing maternal and child mortality rates have showcased Sri Lanka as a valuable example for the rest of the South Asia. We are focused on improving sexual and reproductive health services and enabling young persons to gain better access to information, particularly on gender, sexuality, contraception, and sexually transmitted infections such as HIV. The government of Sri Lanka is currently preparing to conduct population and housing census in 2024. Efforts has been made to integrate new technologies and enabling wider use of census data to address emerging needs such as analysis for leaving no one behind. Honorable Chairperson, we know that the potential of a woman and a youth must be harnessed in our efforts to achieve sustainable development. Towards this end, the government has in place a policy on gender equity and women's empowerment and is in the process of enacting relevant legislation. Inequalities and vulnerabilities, especially for women and youth, have been exacerbated by natural disasters, multiple crises, climate change, rapid urbanization, changing age structures, and migration are complex web of factors that will have to be addressed if we are to achieve meaningful progress of our implementation efforts. Sri Lanka's population is rapidly aging. By 2030, 1 in 5 people will be above the age of 60 years. This will affect our political, economic, and social structure and have implications for achieving 2030 development agenda. It is imperative that we take the necessary steps to ensure that social, economic, and health policies and programs evolve to address the challenges ahead. As a nation that has achieved gender parity in education enrollment and high female completion rates, their participation in the labor force has remained low. To ensure the full potential of our population is tapped and promote gender equity in labor, Government of Sri Lanka has set up institutional mechanisms, including legal reforms, to enable the integration of women into the workforce. Sri Lanka is dedicated to expediting the ICPD program of action and meeting our Nairobi ICPD conference pledge. As such, we affirm our commitment to reducing preventable maternal mortality to 20 per 100,000 live births by 2030 by providing equitable service to vulnerable population. The government would enhance the family planning program by funding advocacy, capacity building, community empowerment, safe commodity distribution, and subfertility services. We commit to meet the SRH needs of all population segments, especially the socially disadvantaged. Development of policies programs must integrate population dynamics and climatic action for sustainable development. Sri Lanka will invest in education, healthcare, skill development, inclusive economic growth, and climatic adaptation and mitigation. Sri Lanka will prioritize comprehensive sexuality education in order to empower youth to make educated decisions, prevent sexually transmitted infection, unwanted pregnancies, prevent gender-based violence, and promote healthy and respectable attitudes. Sri Lanka commits to increase social services to address gender-based violence and expand care for survivors through our Mithuru PSL. Further discriminatory laws will be revised and repealed and social protection system for marginalized people strengthened. We pledge our full support towards 7th ABPC commitments, ICPD program of action, and to work with international community to fully realize our aspiration based on 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from Pakistan, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the Cook Islands to give their national statement. Distinguished delegate from Pakistan, please.
Madam Chair, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure and privilege to address this prestigious forum and share Pakistan's perspective on this important issue. Let me extend our heartiest felicitations and appreciations to ESCAP and UNFPA for successfully organizing the 7th Asian and Pacific Population Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has actively participated in all the ICPD meetings since 1994. We recognize the importance of the ever-evolving and dynamic debate on population that has taken place within the framework of the ICPD program of action. Human rights, particularly women's access to reproductive and sexual health care, and their ability to make informed choices about their pregnancies have remained important aspects of this discourse. This gathering today is an important opportunity to reflect upon the progress made and address the gaps identified during our consultative process. We acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead, in particular, population growth rate, maternal and child mortality, access to modern family planning and contraceptives, gender-based violence, the need to enhance investment in youth skills and quality education. Reaffirming our commitment to the ICPD program of action and the 2013 Asia and Pacific Ministerial Declaration, Pakistan aims to continue its journey towards achieving these crucial goals in the realm of reproductive and sexual health rights, particularly for women. Over the past decade, Pakistan has made significant progress in various areas. We have made gains in poverty eradication and employment generation, with multidimensional poverty decreasing from 55% to 39% between 2011-12 and 2018-19. Our efforts in maternal health have yielded encouraging results. Maternal mortality ratio has witnessed a decline from 276 to 186 per 100,000 live births between 2006-07 and 2019. Pakistan has also witnessed a remarkable increase in facility-based deliveries, rising from 37% to 71% during the same period. We are especially pleased with our strides in ensuring access to skilled birth attendants, with an impressive increase to 75% of women in 2019 compared to only 52% in 2012-13. Furthermore, our endeavors to achieve universal primary education and promote gender equality have produced favorable outcomes, including improved school completion rates, net attendance ratios, and net enrollment rates. In addressing population growth, we have developed a fresh narrative on high population growth to guide policy formulation. This narrative underscores the importance of sexual and reproductive health and rights in our journey towards sustainable development. We have extended family planning services, offering women more choices for birth spacing. Pakistan has also been keen to provide relevant services to all, including vulnerable segments of the society, such as elderly, people with disabilities, and transgender community. On the legislative front, we have taken multiple steps to address issues such as child marriages through the enactment of Child Marriage Restraint Acts at the federal and provincial levels between 2013 and 19. Pakistan is actively pursuing legislations to address issues affecting the elderly people. Nonetheless, we are mindful of the challenges that persist, particularly in enhancing access to family planning. While our progress in reducing fertility rates and achieving contraceptive prevalence targets may have been slower than anticipated, we are heartened by the decline in unmet need for contraception from 20% in 2012-13 to 17% in 2017 and 18. The recent 2020-23 population census reveals a population of 241.5 million, growing at a rate of 2.5%. This data serves as a reminder of the task ahead. It also presents us with an opportunity. With over 60% of our population below the age of 30 years, we have the potential to harness this demographic dividend through strategic investment in human capital. We are wholeheartedly committed to reaching the contraceptive prevalence rate of 50% by 2025 and 60% by 2030, while concurrently reducing maternal mortality. Pakistan has established a self-accountability mechanism under the direct oversight of the President of Pakistan's office, ensuring regular assessments of progress and challenges related to population issues. Similar task forces have been set up at the provincial levels. Ladies and gentlemen, despite contributing negligibly to environmental degradation, Pakistan ranks among the top 10 countries most affected by climate change and extreme weather patterns. Frequent climate change-induced disasters are creating a profound impact on women and girls, impeding their access to crucial services related to reproductive health and family planning. These disasters exacerbate issues such as population displacement, poverty, food insecurity, loss of livelihood, and undermining the hard-gained development in SRHR over time. In the face of these challenges, Pakistan is actively devising a comprehensive strategy to enhance resilience and mitigate climate change impacts, thus safeguarding the SRHR needs of its population. We recognize that addressing the priority areas under population dynamics requires integrated multi-sectoral approaches and policies. We are cognizant of the fact that the public sector alone cannot achieve these set targets, which is why we seek to forge robust partnership with civil society organizations, private sector, youth networks, and development partners. These collaborations will ensure a holistic approach to population and sustainable development. In the face of complexity of our goals and challenges we face, such as disparities in capacities, infrastructure limitations, competing priorities, and resource constraints, we view these hurdles as opportunity for innovation and collaboration. In conclusion, I would once again like to reaffirm Pakistan's unwavering commitment to addressing the challenges we face in achieving the goals of APMD. We understand that global cooperation and experience sharing are pivotal in this endeavor. I would like to take this moment to extend our sincere appreciations to our partners, including UNFPA and other development agencies, for their continued support and cooperation. Your support is invaluable, and we pledge to work diligently to scale up the best practices and achieve results cost efficiently. Thank you all for your time and participation. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from Pakistan. And I call now on our last country statement, the distinguished delegate from Cook Islands.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests, Kia ora and warm greetings from the Cook Islands. The Cook Islands participated in the voluntary national survey focusing on the 11 priority actions identified in the ministerial declaration. Highlights for our country has been the endorsement of our population policy, clearly identifying the way forward in achieving our national priorities, which in turn supports regional and global sustainable development goals. As Pacific people, our ancestors expertly navigated the wide expanse of our blue continent, Te Moana Nui o Kiwa, to seek new opportunities for generations to come. We like to believe that this drive and determination not only survive, but thrive against the odds, is built into our DNA as a people. Today, as we face an increasing set of unique challenges, the Cook Islands remembers that the holistic well-being of our people lie at the center of our national planning and decision-making. The research and evidence has shown us that first, the demographic transition in the Cook Islands is already well advanced. The Cook Islands do not have the high birth and death rates typical of other countries. That phase was passed 2 decades ago and without the help of an explicit population policy. This means that the present policy is not directed at reducing the overall birth rate in the context of declining mortality as traditional population policies are. Rather, a more complex set of issues arising from a rapidly changing age structure and dynamic patterns of emigration and immigration have arisen. This, together with our nation's unique 100-year vision towards Turangamamaitaki, or holistic well-being, provides a backdrop of aspiration and strong direction towards being people-centered and finding solutions from our own traditional knowledge bases. We are now more informed on population trends and dynamics in order to raise awareness of population matters. And due to the varied nature of issues covering any thematic areas, the Cook Island has taken a multi-sector approach in addressing these challenges. Although we are pleased with the excellent progress across the 11 priority actions in the policy development area, challenges still persist in full implementation of these policies and strategies. These include consideration for persons living with disabilities, gender and women's empowerment, teenage birth rate, premature and CD-related mortality and morbidity, male-female life expectancy gap and premature and CD mortality, creating an enabling environment for families and informed data and information systems. These challenges are not unique to our own situation, and this is why, more than ever, strategic and meaningful partnerships are key. As the Agenda 2030 looms ahead, we call on the global community to stay focused on what really is at the heart of everything we do, the well-being of our current and especially future population. This isn't merely about economics. It's about creating lasting wealth that's not just counted in coins, but in well-being, in opportunity, in identity, in stories and traditions, and in the vibrant tapestry of our shared history. Atawai Wolo, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the Cook Islands. This concludes the statements by member states, but we're not yet done. I will now call on other entities, intergovernmental organizations, and other stakeholders, partners here in the room. I will request each one to limit their statement to 3 minutes, please. And now I start with the International Federation of Red Cross, after which I will call on the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished delegate from the International Federation of Red Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, I am pleased to address you today on behalf of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies and our 53 member societies in Asia Pacific, as we deliberate on the progress towards the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. We must do more to focus on the most vulnerable people in our community. We have all just lived through the hottest year on record, and we are facing multifaceted crises, including demographic shifts, conflict, the impacts of climate change, and gaps in access to health services. More people are displaced now than ever before. In 2022 alone, 64 million people in Asia Pacific were impacted by disasters, most of whom are women. Our IFRC network has seen an unprecedented increase in humanitarian needs, and Red Cross and Red Crescent societies are needed now as much as ever, using their unique auxiliary role in humanitarian services to support authorities to reach vulnerable people. Our 20 million volunteers in Asia Pacific, including youth, who are living within and part of communities, are active in promoting inclusion, providing outreach to improve access to health services, and preparing people to be more resilient in the face of greater crises. We are also seeing complex and protracted crises in the region, millions of people displaced. Social inclusion, particularly from migrants and those displaced due to conflict, climate, and crises, is more crucial than ever. During the humanitarian crisis caused by COVID-19, we saw profound and persistent inequalities. Migrants, persons with disabilities, older persons, women, children living in fragile settings or in countries with under-resourced health systems were disproportionately affected. Our IFRC World Disasters Report highlighted that the world wasn't prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic and the importance of being ready and more prepared for future pandemics and public health emergencies. We urge governments to use the opportunity now to update and improve legal preparedness for public health emergencies. Finally, we can achieve our vision for a healthier, more equitable Asia and Pacific, but only if we focus on the community level and supporting the most vulnerable people to adapt and be resilient to crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from IFRC. I now call on the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and after which I will call on distinguished delegate from UNAIDS. Distinguished delegate from OHCHR, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us to make this short intervention. Approaching population and development in the Asia-Pacific region through a human rights lens reminds us of the need to interrogate the structural sustainability of existing migration pathways. We are called to reflect on how to facilitate inclusive economies and safe, rights-based and dignified migration. In addressing structural issues around migration, it is critically important to put in place human rights-enhancing economies which center people and planet in economic policies, investment decisions, and business models. We know that there is long-standing underinvestment in health and in other public services in many of the countries from which migrants leave. Uneven outcomes in who benefits from wealth accumulation and decent jobs, stagnant economic growth, as well as a narrowing of fiscal space for social spending, as well as limitations on the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. These can all be factors that drive precarious migration. Madam Chair, the UN Human Rights Office has recently analyzed the human rights basis of temporary labor migration programs in the region, where millions of migrant workers move, often to take up fixed-term, low-wage work in sectors such as agriculture, construction, care work, or the service industry. Our analysis revealed that the human rights challenges lying at the heart of low-wage temporary labor migration often go beyond decent work deficits, though these are often themselves severe, to encompass the human rights vulnerability experienced by migrants who are, for instance, unable to reunite with their family for years, or even to make families in countries of employment, or risk losing their work contract, who are forced to accept substandard housing and sanitation services provided by their employer, agent, or subcontractor, or who face reprisals and deportations for speaking out as human rights defenders. Underlying this vulnerability is the challenge that migrants are often unable to petition for remedy because as non-citizens, particularly if they are undocumented, they cannot meaningfully access justice. These inequalities and the precarious and extractive nature of many temporary labor migration programs risk reducing people to disposable commodities by design or in practice. Madam Chair, so where do we go to find solutions to these complex challenges of contemporary migration in Asia and the Pacific? As we celebrate its 75th anniversary this year, it is our belief that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a guide or a roadmap for a path away from inequality and towards justice and dignity for all. Perhaps most importantly, over these years, the UDHR has inspired vibrant, creative activism and solidarity, empowering people, including all migrants, regardless of their status or circumstance, to claim their rights and to engage actively in their communities and societies. It has called on governments to listen to inform and meaningfully include migrants and their communities in policy and decision-making. Let us heed the call of the UDHR to address the interlinked, intergenerational and intersectional human rights challenges related to population and development in our region. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from OHCHR. I will now call on the distinguished delegate representing UNAIDS, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate representing UNICEF. Distinguished delegate from UNAIDS, please.
Thank you. At this conference 10 years ago, Asia-Pacific ministers and members of ESCAP committed to several priority actions related to the HIV response. Quality healthcare for all people, including the poorest and most marginalized, universal access to HIV prevention, treatment, care and support, rights-based sexual and reproductive health care, including for young people, eliminating mother-to-child HIV transmission, addressing the legal and policy barriers to HIV services for key populations of men who have sex with men, sex workers, people who use drugs, prisoners and transgender people, and strengthening partnerships with communities. These pledges remain relevant today. They're reflected in the 2021 UN Political Declaration on HIV, with its focus on ending inequalities in order to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. We have seen strong progress in some countries and on some issues. 4 countries in the region have been certified by the World Health Organization as having eliminated mother-to-child HIV transmission. That is Thailand, Malaysia, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Meanwhile, Australia, Cambodia, and Thailand are on track to achieve the 2025 targets of the Global AIDS Strategy on HIV testing, treatment, and viral suppression. Nepal has achieved major reductions in new infections thanks to its focused prevention programs, while Vietnam is innovating on social contracting for harm reduction, HIV testing, and linkage to care. But in too many places and on too many issues, there is stagnation or even regression. As a region, we must recommit to leaving no one, no community, and no country behind. Today, we're surrounding the alarm about the situation of young key populations aged 15 to 24. Together with their sexual partners, they account for 26% of all new HIV infections in Asia and the Pacific. In Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Laos, PDR, the Philippines, and Thailand, young key populations make up around half of all estimated new HIV infections. Since 2010, new HIV infections in this age group have risen in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. We cannot address the HIV prevention crisis among young key populations unless we tackle the social, cultural, economic, and legal factors that increase their vulnerability and block their access to services. The necessary reforms will benefit everyone by strengthening health systems and reducing inequalities. This will make us all more resilient and better prepared to respond to current and future pandemics. In conclusion, AIDS can be ended as a threat to public health. We have the science. We understand the role of communities in connecting people to care. So together, let us find the political will to implement the commitments already made and move from promises to practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from UNAIDS. I now call on the distinguished delegate from UNICEF, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the International Committee of the Red Cross. Distinguished delegate from UNICEF, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants. I want to start with some of the emerging issues trends reported by member states in the region when it comes to children and young people. One is on demographic transition, manifested by reduction in child and youth population and increase in aging population. Secondly, rapid urbanization. And thirdly, on the impact of climate on children and young people. Asia Pacific is a region which has 55% of world children's population, which is about 1.3 billion children. And there is a growing trend of reduction in child population in the region by 2050. So the percentage will go to 47%, which is about 1.1 billion, which demands our urgent attention. The same with the youth population, it will be decreased by 90 million by that time. The reduction in child and youth population, together with the increasing and aging population, poses many challenges for member states in the region. As UNICEF committed to support the rights of the child and well-being of the children and adolescents, we are committed to working with you all to make those demographic shifts and urbanization to our advantage. We are working to empower young people, especially girls, equipping them with the skills, services, and opportunities to inform decision-making and navigate emerging challenges posed by the demographic shifts, urbanization, climate change, and aging population. Fertility is below replacement level in many countries. However, adolescent fertility remains high in many countries. There are about 4 million children born to adolescent girls 15 to 19 years in Asia and Pacific every year. We are committed to work closely with the UNFPA and other development partners to eliminate adolescent pregnancies, early child marriage, and other gender-based discrimination that limits the opportunities for the girls. We are committed that every girl enjoys her childhood and actively participates in decision-making affecting their lives. As rapid urbanization is happening, we need to also provide services for children in urban areas, especially those in urban poor, slums, and informal settlements. One way to addressing this is to make cities more child-friendly with accessible and safe infrastructure and childcare services. We will be working closely with the governments, development partners, local governments, and municipalities on this. The climate has a huge impact on realization of the rights of the child and their well-being. And as mentioned by many other colleagues, that there are fewer number of days of school, more displacement, increased violence, especially the gender-based violence, and shrinking civic space among adolescents and young people due to the impact of the climate. Madam Chair, we need to work together to reduce the impact of climate change on our future generation. UNICEF truly believes in evidence-based policy making and programming, and we continue to support and strengthen countries' capacity to generate high-quality data. One example, UNICEF's multiple indicator cluster survey, known as MIX, continues to support countries in collecting internationally comparable data on children and women. Strengthening the civil registration and vital statistics, CRVS, and other administrative data system is also key to ensure regular data flow in a sustainable manner to monitor the progress. Finally, let us work together to create a better future for children in Asia and the Pacific and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of the UNICEF. I now call on the distinguished delegate representing the International Committee of the Red Cross, after which I will start calling on our CSOs. The first will be the distinguished representative from the Blind Youth Association. Distinguished delegate from the ICRC, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The International Committee of the Red Cross recognizes the intricate nexus between climate change, conflict, and migration, presenting a multifaceted humanitarian landscape. Climate-related disruptions, such as extreme weather events and resource scarcity, amplify existing vulnerabilities, exacerbate tensions, and contribute to the displacement of populations. In conflict zones, these environmental stressors often compound existing challenges, intensifying the suffering of communities already grappling with the consequences of violence. Forced migration, driven by a combination of conflict and environmental factors, places immense strain on individuals and communities, testing their resilience and disrupting social fabrics. Broadly speaking, there is a need to rebalance narratives about migrants and ensure more solidarity and support for host countries, especially fragile contexts with protracted refugee situations. Where migrants, including refugees, are caught in armed conflict, parties to the conflict must respect and protect them as part of the civilian population. Migrants who find themselves in situations of armed conflict are protected by international humanitarian law as part of the civilian population, and sites hosting them are entitled to protection as civilian objects under the rules governing the conduct of hostilities. States and parties to the conflict need to preserve and enable unimpeded and principled humanitarian action for migrants in distress, irrespective of their status. States must ensure that the measures that they adopt to regulate migration on their territory comply with their obligations under international law, including the principle of non-refoulement, and respect and protect human dignity, life, and security of person. In response to this complex intersection, the ICRC is dedicated to not only delivering immediate humanitarian assistance, but also fostering long-term resilience. This involves engaging with communities to build adaptive capacities, promoting sustainable practices, and advocating for policies that address the interconnected issues of climate change, conflict, and migration. Collaboration is paramount, and the ICRC actively seeks partnerships with governments, non-governmental organizations, and other stakeholders to enhance the collective responses to these challenges. By understanding and addressing the interplay between these factors, the ICRC aims to contribute to a more comprehensive and effective approach to humanitarian action in the face of evolving global dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from ICRC. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the Blind Youth Association, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the Forum for Dignity Initiatives. Distinguished delegate from Blind Youth Association, please.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, respected delegates, and all the representatives. I am Arjun Rawal of Blind Youth from Nepal, affiliated with the Blind Youth Association Nepal and representing here today CSOs, youth, and disability community from 25 countries in Asia and Pacific region that convened for a forum ahead of 77th APPC on November 13 to 14. Because there should not be anything for us without us. The Asia-Pacific region is home to 690 million persons with disabilities who continue to live in isolation, discrimination, with limited to no access to health, including sexual and reproductive health, education, employment, and social life. Often, persons with disabilities are not expected to be sexually active, let alone their sexual rights being accepted. Moreover, many persons with disabilities do not have access to service or materials that facilitate their confidential access to SRHR information. In 1994, the ICPD Program of Action did not even recognize the intersectional issues of persons with disabilities significantly. And until the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration came out in 2013, the intersectional of sexuality and disability was not prioritized. In recent years, conversation around disability inclusion has just been started as imposed by the principle of leaving no one behind, recognized by the 2030 agenda. But the interventions is very limited. The sexual and reproductive health and rights has still been overlooked by the stakeholders. Hence, implementing APMD and its monitoring through indicator framework is imperative and foundational. I urge the member state to realize that the cost of exclusion is much more higher than the cost of inclusion. We won't be able to achieve the promises of ICPD unless our actions consider persons with disabilities in intersection, empowering the disability community, promoting accessibility in infrastructures, communication and information systems, and ensuring meaningful and inclusive participation of diverse persons with disabilities will only ensure that this world is also for people like me. Finally, I would like to say that make the right real. And once again, I would like to request you all, not only you all, but also for me as well, people do what you do. People do not do what you say. And do what you are saying and say what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Blind Youth Association. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the Forum for Dignity Initiatives, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the Asia Feminist LBQ Network. Distinguished delegate from the Forum for Dignity Initiatives, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uzma Yaqub. I am from Pakistan. I represent CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum ahead of this August gathering on 13th and 14th of November. The Asia Pacific is the most populated region on Earth, with 60% of the world's population living in this region. The region bears the brunt of rapidly escalating climate crisis that has led to more frequent and harsh climate emergencies, and yet comprehensive SRHR services are largely missing in climate-related discourses, programs, and implementations at all levels. Throughout the region, women, girls, indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, LGBTIQ+ persons, older people, women and girls living with HIV, people living in humanitarian crisis due to conflict and climate-induced disasters, migrants and refugees, sex workers, and other marginalized groups continue to experience inequalities, inadequacies, and unequal access to quality, safe, affordable, and responsive sexual and reproductive health services. We call member states to the following call to action. Firstly, invest in building climate-resilient health systems that will support and ensure SRHR services in times of crisis or disaster. Secondly, invest in research, data collection, and evidence building to understand the extent and nature of impact of climate change-related disasters on women's SRHR, support and use research done by CSOs and local groups. Ensure that national policies, programming, and budget related to climate change and disaster risk reduction incorporate gender mainstreaming and SRHR and include gender and age differentiated impact analysis of climate change, disasters, and gender equality. Last but not the least, this promising yet significant agenda to protect SRHR of people in Asia Pacific cannot be achieved without the participation and support of CSOs as equal partners. I say it again, CSOs as equal partners. Member states must review the treatment and shrinking spaces towards CSOs working for SRHR and provide an enabling environment for CSOs that is harassment and persecution free. I thank you all.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Forum for Dignity Initiatives. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the Asia Feminist LBQ Network, after which I will call on the delegate from the First Pacifica Phono Network. Distinguished delegate from the Asia Feminist LBQ Network, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jean Chong from Singapore. I represent CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum on 13 to 14 November. LGBTIQ plus individuals face significant barriers in accessing SRHR information in comprehensive sexuality education. This is further amplified when they face inadequacies and exclusions in policies related to CSE. In addition, the focus of an abstinence-based approach to sexuality education without providing adequate safe sex knowledge leaves LGBTIQ plus individuals unable to obtain life-saving information and leaves them vulnerable to contracting infections, unwanted pregnancies, and sexual abuse. We call on governments to design and provide inclusive CSE content and curriculum that includes the needs of LGBTIQ people. Second, LGBTIQ plus individuals face significant barriers when using SRHR services. These experiences include the stigma surrounding SRHR issues, the widespread assumption of compulsory cis heterosexuality, the lack of gender-affirming and inclusive care, and anti-LGBTIQ plus discrimination. This erases the diverse experiences of LGBTIQ plus individuals and leads to misunderstanding, suboptimal care, and discriminatory encounters during medical appointments. We call on governments to develop healthcare policies that explicitly address the healthcare needs of LGBTIQ plus individuals, as well as ensuring gender-affirming healthcare services. Lastly, lesbian, bisexual women, and trans individuals experience distinct forms of violence related to as corrective or curative sexual violence. These actions are often inflicted by family members, community members, or religious leaders who view LGBTQ plus identities as deviant or sinful. Gender non-conforming individuals and trans people also experience targeted fatal violence. The fear of criminalization due to their sexual orientation or gender identity further deters LGBTQ plus and trans individuals from reporting incidents of violence. We call on governments to repeal all, and I repeat that again, all discriminatory laws, including revising gender-based violence legislation to encompass LGBTIQ plus individuals and to implement a non-gendered approach in domestic violence legislation to ensure that no one is excluded or inadequately protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Asia Feminist LBQ Network. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the First Pacifica Phono Network, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from the Family Planning Association of Sri Lanka. Distinguished delegate from First Pacifica Phono Network, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Talofa lava, kia orana, ma'alo ilelei, whakalofa lahi atu, taloha ni, alo ola keta, ni sa pula vinaka, warm Pacific greetings. E nā mana, e nā reo, e nā iwi, e nā rao rangatirama, tēnā koutou katoa. I am Antonia Lili'i, a Samoan living in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I represent migrants from 25 countries that convened for the CSO and Youth Forum on 13-14 November. When floods hit New Zealand this year, many temporary migrant farm workers, many of whom are Pacificans, lost their jobs, were stranded and not properly compensated. This is only but a peek into their vulnerability, many of whom were treated like modern-day slaves. Some housed in freezing and damp accommodations, their passports taken for safekeeping, threatened to join, not to join or form unions, or else they will not be allowed back for the next season. Without decent jobs back home, with their islands, countries slowly submerging in rising seawater, many Pacificans are forced to endure. This is the reality of migrants across Asia Pacific. The general erosion of migrants' rights is unaddressed in the population and development discourse. And while migration is seen positively, migrants and refugees are perceived and treated otherwise. I stand here before you today, not only as a representative of migrants and refugees, but also as a trade unionist, women human rights defender, a climate activist, a mother. The present is not only at stake in the decisions made by governments, but the future of millions of youth and children. Here are some recommendations coming from the Call to Action, CSO and Youth Forum statement. Uphold international rights and decent work standards for all. Provide access to all migrants and refugees, regardless of status, to health, including sexual and reproductive health rights, services, justice, and even pathways to citizenship. Protect women migrant leaders and women human rights defenders from all forms of violence, harassment, and intimidation. Address the root causes of forced migration and displacement by creating jobs back home, justly and peacefully resolving political conflict fundamentalism and war, and the climate crisis. Finally, value migrants and refugees for their rights and well-being, not only for their economic contribution to society. Ensure their meaningful participation here and all advocacy spaces, like the Global Compact for Migration, while addressing challenges like xenophobia, language, and digital divide. For many years, others have spoken on our behalf. Now we speak for ourselves. O le upu wha Samoa, o le fuata malona lo, o le aso fo'i ma le mea tupu ai, o te whapea atu, o au o tangata Pasifika, o te langoina o te aungo fie savali, ta moe ma au auna mal wha maoni, ina ia vea lo whata o waa, e wha leo ina atu ai langona o manatu, ma mea moni o lo a fia ai o mātou lauwhanua, ai maise tangata Pasifika. E le mō nei, ai mo le laumanai o Pasifika, o whānau, ai maise atu nuu uma o le laulangi atoa. Whaftai lava soifua. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the First Pacifica Fauna Network. I will now call on the distinguished delegate from the Family Planning Association of Sri Lanka, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate of the International Community of Women Living with HIV Asia Pacific. Distinguished delegate from the Family Planning Association of Sri Lanka, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ruchita Pereira from Sri Lanka. I represent CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum ahead of this gathering on the 13th and 14th of November. The Asia and Pacific region is moving from a youthful population to a population structure that has an increased share of older persons. We are witnessing the longevity trend. Older women account for 53% of Asia Pacific older persons over the age of 60, rising to 60% over the age of 80. With the longer life expectancy at birth, that share increases with age. This points to the fact that older women generally outnumber older men in Asia and the Pacific. These demographic shifts have implications for health, healthcare technologies, employment, social protection, and income security, quality of life, lifelong learning, and long-term care of individuals during climate, humanitarian, and disaster responses. We call for policies and strategies to take a rights-based, intersectional, and whole-of-life cycle approach to reduce disadvantages for all people living in aged or aging societies. Older women and LGBTIQ plus persons face structural disadvantages in society, and we call upon the governments and state parties to comprehensively address issues that surround aging through policy and programs. The states must foster intergenerational communities and aging-friendly communities that are accessible physically, mentally, and socially for older persons. Specific physical, mental, social health needs for the aging population must be a key priority for the health sector and continuum of healthcare, including rights-based sexual and reproductive health services, must be integrated into the primary healthcare services. States must prioritize comprehensive large-scale research on SRHR among older persons and women and elderly care. Longevity societies are rising as a result of population aging, and lower fertility should be seen as opportunities to build new societies instead of being seen as undermining the current structures of society. This includes non-discrimination against older persons from the LGBTIQ plus community, persons with disability work, and dissent communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Family Planning Association of Sri Lanka. I will now next call on the distinguished delegate from the international community of women living with HIV Asia Pacific, after which I will call on the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh Youth Health Action Network. Distinguished delegate from the international community of women living with HIV Asia Pacific, please.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jyoti Pariyar from Nepal, a student master in international cooperation and development. I represent people living with HIV from 25 countries that convened for the CSO and Youth Forum on 13 to 14 November. Being a young living with HIV before marriage is a serious threat for every girl and young living with HIV in the region. I did not do any risky behavior to get HIV, but my society always throws stones, blames me, and attack on me without any reason just because I am living with HIV in my young age. Like me, many people living with HIV in our region going through serious violation of human rights such as kick out from school, intimate partner violence, breaching the confidentiality by healthcare providers, restriction on work, lack of enabling environment to access sexual reproductive health and rights services, and existing stigma and discrimination in the family, society, school, workplace, and educational system are major challenges in our region. Mental health and well-being are taken away because of existing stigma and discrimination. Prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV in Asia and the Pacific is 58%, which means there are still gaps in sexual reproductive health and rights services focusing on this population. Number of reporting cases of human rights violation are very low in the region, which reflects the lack of awareness and policies provisions to access legal services. There are 5.8 million people living with HIV in the region, with an estimated 300,000 new infections in 2022 alone. On behalf of 5.8 million people living with HIV in the region, with an estimated 300,000 new infections in 2022 alone. On behalf of 5.8 million people living with HIV, we strongly call to all stakeholders and member states in the room. Ensure the human rights and well-being for people living with HIV by creating standard and attainable sexual reproductive health and rights services without judgment and stigma and discrimination. Decriminalization of HIV and specific intervention targeting to these people must be ensured. Resources must be available to address their intersectional issues and be equally accessible. Gender equality and the protection of human rights via multi-sectoral approach. Full implementation of law and policies that protect the right of women, including women living with HIV in their diversity of stigma and discrimination, and all forms of violence, including resource allocation. Greater national commitment and action to integrate HIV within the agenda on universal health coverage. Last but not the least, stigma and discrimination towards people living with HIV is not over, but it has changed its faces. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the International Community of Women Living with HIV Asia Pacific. I now call on the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh Youth Health Action Network.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, greetings. This is Nusrat Sharmin Reshma, affiliated with Sirag Bangladesh and Bangladesh Youth Health Action Network, and I come from Bangladesh. I represent CSOs and youth organizations from 25 countries that convened for a forum ahead of the 7th APPC on November 13th to 14th. As representatives of a generation poised to inherit the future, we recognize the urgency and responsibility that comes with shaping a world that is just equitable and sustainable for all. We call the member states and stakeholders to enable and empower youth in decision-making spaces to uphold human rights and actively engage in the decision-making process by establishing adolescents and youth advisory boards or councils at various levels of government and organizations to ensure the represent of youth voices in policy discussions, inclusive of youth from diverse background and representation beyond demographic. Enact robust legislation to ensure high standards of healthcare for youth, including comprehensive support for HIV, AIDS, mental health, non-communicable diseases, and more. Adopt policies that specifically address the healthcare needs of adolescents and young people, ensuring access to SRHR regardless of whether they have substituted to child marriage or not. Establish youth-led and community-based healthcare centers, promote inclusive family planning, and establish a volunteer peer leader mechanism to enhance support for such initiatives. Prioritize budget availability for the Integrate Comprehensive Sexuality Education CSE into school curricula and update that to make it comprehensive. CSE programs and resource materials just be tailored and made accessible for marginalized youth, such as youth with disabilities and LGBTIQ plus youth. Create adolescent and youth-friendly pathways incorporating technology to address population issues within the community. Design digital platforms and apps that provide information and resources on sexual and reproductive health, family planning, and other relevant topics. Implement measures to protect young people from discrimination, violence, and exploitation, creating safe spaces for their physical and mental well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate from the Bangladesh Youth Health Action Network. I see that there are no more delegations who wish to take the floor. Distinguished delegates, we have successfully discussed Agenda Item 2. I believe that we have effectively reviewed progress and challenges in accelerating the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development. We have identified success stories, lessons learned, emerging issues, and remaining challenges. I call on all of us to advance the implementation of the Ministerial Declaration further. Many of the areas requiring further work remain especially relevant in the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Tomorrow, we shall return to this meeting room and online at 900 hours of Bangkok time to start our deliberations on Agenda Item 3 on the thematic discussion on achievements, challenges, gaps, and emerging issues in the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development, as well as the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population Development in Asia and the Pacific. The chair will preside over the meeting in the morning, followed by the distinguished vice chair, Her Excellency Ms. Isilofa Apinelo, High Commissioner of Tuvalu to Fiji, who will guide the deliberations under this agenda item in the afternoon. I ask all participants to please check their names on the meeting's website so they can be correctly reflected in the procedural report of the meeting. Please indicate any discrepancies to the Secretariat by November 16 noon, that's tomorrow. I would like also to remind delegations that a reception, courtesy of ESCAP and UNFPA, will be held outside Conference Room 1 on the same floor as ESCAP Hall, following the closing of this meeting today. I now invite the secretary of the meeting to make some housekeeping announcements. Sabine, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we start deliberation tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. For the delegates based in Bangkok, please keep your conference badges with you. When you arrive at the entrance tomorrow morning, please show your badge to the security officer at the gate to be allowed to enter the compound. Before leaving the room, please ensure that you have your valuables with you and also the personal belongings. For participants on the Zoom, you may use the same connection link given to you to access the meeting today. For those on YouTube Live, the link is available on the meeting webpage. Please go to the Program tab and click on Watch Live Day 2. Also, may I please ask all delegates, as we already said, to please check your names on the website ASAP, because we need to finalize the report, the procedural report, tomorrow evening. Before we adjourn the day, as we have already heard, we kindly invite you to join us for the reception outside this room, hosted by ESCAP and UNFPA. With that, I hand it over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.